Chapter 1759. However, to everyone's surprise, the fairy did not get angry. Instead, she started giggling. She was laughing so hard that her body trembled. Fairy Dancing Flame smiled and said, "Junior brother, if you want to know whether I have been thinking about you every night for the past 2 years, then come to the Myriad Immortals Peak to find me tonight." The Myriad Immortal Peak was filled with many exotic flowers and herbs, as well as many rockeries and strange rocks. Many disciples liked to take a stroll on the Myriad Immortal Peak to relax. After saying that, Dancing Flame Fairy moved her long and slender legs and walked towards the Reincarnation Valley. Obviously, she would not be stopped from entering the Reincarnation Valley. After Dancing Fire Fairy left, the group of guards looked at Lin Feng with jealousy and hatred. "Junior brother Lin, could it be that you have some sort of relationship with Fairy Dancing Fire?" Lin Feng sighed and said, "Sometimes being too charming can be quite annoying. These fairies are all throwing themselves at me like moths to a flame. I don't have the heart to reject them." The guards wished they could slap Lin Feng, who was showing off, and send him flying. At that moment, the disciple who had gone in to report came out. The disciple said, "Elder Mo asked Junior brother Lin to go in." "Ha, everyone, I'll go in and take a look." Lin Feng waved his hand and entered the Reincarnation Valley. The further in he went, the higher the temperature became. This was because he was getting closer to the heavenly flames. Although the heavenly flames had been sealed, there was still a trace of them escaping, which was why the temperature outside was so high. Lin Feng completely hid the 4 heavenly flames in his body. No one would be able to discover the secret of the heavenly flames in his body. In the depths of the Reincarnation Valley was a huge cavern. Lin Feng entered the cavern and followed the passage downwards. Then he saw a distorted spatial gate. "It seems like there's another world here." Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. "Kid, the gate outside is the entrance to the reincarnation space. Come in." At that moment, a gloomy voice came from within the spatial gate. Lin Feng guessed that the owner of the voice was Elder Mo. He raised his guard slightly. This senior Mo was known as Old Eccentric Mo. He had an extremely eccentric temperament, so he had to be on guard against him. However, he didn't stop and directly entered the void gate. Whoosh! With a flash of light, Lin Feng found himself in a mysterious space. In this space, there was a 7-story pagoda. The 7-floored pagoda was locked down by chains. The pagoda's body and chains were engraved with Emperor runes. There were a total of 79 Emperor runes. Each of the Emperor runes emitted powerful energy waves. What a big deal. It seems like a great emperor sealed the undying fire of samsara back then. Which great emperor was it? Could it be the Samsara Emperor? Lin Feng couldn't help but think. Lin Feng only knew a small part of the history of the reincarnation celestial sect. As for the great emperor from the Reincarnation Immortal Sect, he only knew of one person. That was Samsara Emperor. Lin Feng withdrew his consciousness and landed outside the 7-floored pagoda. Seeing this sealed 7-floored pagoda, Lin Feng couldn't help but think of the demonic pagoda in the Snow Clan space. It wasn't without reason that ancient experts liked to forge treasures into pagoda-shaped treasures. It was said that pagoda-shaped treasures were compatible with the heavenly Tao. Together with cauldron-type treasures, they were called supreme treasures. Therefore, in ancient times, many cultivators liked to forge treasures into cauldron-type treasures or pagoda-type treasures. However, forging cauldron-type and pagoda-type treasures was the most difficult. There were many aspects to consider. However, once successfully forged, cauldron-type and pagoda-type treasures were far more powerful than other treasures of the same level. Treasures could also challenge cultivators of a higher level. Cauldron-type and pagoda-type treasures were treasures that could challenge cultivators of a higher level. There were many famous pagoda-type treasures in history, such as the 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda, the True Dragon Heaven-Suppressing Pagoda, the 8 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, the Relic Golden Pagoda, the Exquisite Pagoda, and so on. They were all supreme treasures of legend with great power. Wait outside for a moment. Old Monster Mo's voice came from the pagoda. Lin Feng answered and stood outside to wait. Not long after, Dancing Flame Fairy walked out. The more he looked at this woman, the more beautiful she was. The more he looked at her, the better her figure was. She was especially seductive. When she passed by Lin Feng, Dancing Flame Fairy said with a smile, "Junior brother, don't forget, I will wait for you to come. Senior sister, don't worry. Even if a knife is on my neck, I will still keep my appointment." Lin Feng immediately said. He couldn't help but think in his heart. Dancing Flame Fairy asked him to meet her. Could it be that she had taken a fancy to him? She wanted to enter the small forest with him, create a new life? Just thinking about it made him feel excited. Dancing Flame Fairy giggled. Then she swayed her slim waist and walked outside. "She's already gone. What are you still looking at? If you want to woo her, there are plenty of opportunities. Hurry up and come in." Elder Mo's voice came out. Lin Feng wiped the sweat off his forehead. Was this something a former expert should say? He's simply old and frivolous. This Elder Mo, could it be that he's also a very strange existence? Lin Feng entered the first floor of the pagoda and saw that there were countless things piled up on the first floor. There were all kinds of materials, bottles, and jars. In the middle, there were more than a dozen cauldrons, which seemed to be used to refine various substances. This place was dirty and messy. It really looked like a garbage collection plant. An old man wearing a dark green robe narrowed his eyes as he looked at Lin Feng. His eyes flickered with a sinister gaze, causing Lin Feng to shudder. "Junior Lin Feng." "Greetings, Senior." Lin Feng bowed. He. "Looks like your master asked you to repay his debt." Old Monster Mo laughed strangely. Lin Feng said doubtfully, "Repay debt? What debt? I've never heard of debt repayment." "You're not here to repay your debt. What are you doing here?" Old Monster Mo laughed strangely. Lin Feng said, "Junior is here to ask Senior to help me refine a batch of Heavenly God elixir." "I see. Looks like the old turtle tricked you here. This is very much in line with the old turtle's style of doing things. Who asked you to be his disciple? Refining the Heavenly God elixir isn't a problem, but before that, you have to repay your master's debt." Old Monster Mo said sinisterly, "What is Master O Senior? Origin crystals? Precious materials?" Junior is a person who respects his teacher and will definitely help him repay his debt. Lin Feng said righteously. He. Old Monster Mo laughed strangely. "What are these things? They're not even worth mentioning. Every 100 years, your master will enter 9, Hell's Purgatory to do something for me. This time, you'll be entering 9 Hell's Purgatory on behalf of your master." 9 Hell's Purgatory. Rumor had it that 9 Hell's Purgatory was a terrifying world that was infinitely close to the netherworld. A cultivator's body could not enter 9 Hell's Purgatory, only their soul. Once a soul entered 9 Hell's Purgatory, it would be a fate worse than death. The most terrifying thing was that once one got lost in 9 Hell's Purgatory, they would never be reincarnated. Enter 9 Hell's Purgatory to repay his debt. How could Lin Feng agree to something like that? If he entered 9 Hell's Purgatory and survived, he would probably be half dead by the time he returned. If he got lost in 9 Hell's Purgatory, wouldn't he die without a burial place? He hurriedly said, "Why am I here? maybe I've come to the wrong place. Senior, I'm sorry to disturb you. I'll leave now and won't disturb your cultivation. Kid, are you trying to play dumb? Didn't you just say that you wanted to repay your master's debt? Old monster, Mo sneered. Lin Feng hurriedly said, Senior, you must have misheard. Junior doesn't have a boolsh *T master. Achoo! Lord Tortoise, who was resting with his legs crossed in a dilapidated hall, suddenly sneezed. He quickly sat up and cursed loudly. Which bastard is cursing me behind my back? Chapter 1760. Brat, it's too late to act shamelessly now. Since you've come to me, you have to do this even if you have to. You have to do it even if you don't want to. Old monster, Mo said sinisterly. Lin Feng said, I'd rather destroy 10 temples. I'd rather destroy a marriage. Tonight, I have an appointment with Fairy Dancing Flame at the Myriad Immortals Peak. I'm sure you don't want to destroy our marriage, right? Old monster, Mo said, a man doesn't have to worry about not having a wife. What the Lin Feng really wanted to curse old monster, Mo. He wanted to curse Lord Tortoise as well. This old bastard kept tricking his disciple again and again. How could there be such a master? How could he have a master like Lord Tortoise? He was just unlucky. Lin Feng said helplessly, My cultivation is limited. My soul has entered 9, hell's purgatory. I'm afraid that only death awaits me. Old monster, Mo said, your soul has given birth to 3 primordial spirits. Looks like you've had quite a fortuitous encounter. Moreover, I can sense an extremely noble energy from your soul. You must have cultivated an extremely heaven-defying soul secret technique. Am I right? Damn, you can even guess that. Lin Feng looked at old monster Mo warily. Old monster Mo had even discovered that he had cultivated Luya's stargazing chart. Although old monster Mo might not know what Lin Feng had cultivated, old monster Mo was certain that he had cultivated a secret technique. If old monster Mo wanted to know, it shouldn't be too difficult. Old monster Mo continued, Don't worry. Everyone has their own secrets. I respect the secrets of others, so I won't try to find out what kind of powerful soul secret technique you've cultivated. Lin Feng exhaled deeply and said solemnly, Presumably, I'm entering 9 hell's purgatory to help you with something, right? Old monster Mo chuckled and said, That's right. You're here to help me with something. There's a true dragon skeleton in 9 hell's purgatory. Enter and find it. Follow the path I've given you. You'll need to find a true dragon skeleton in 9 hell's purgatory for a year. True dragon skeleton. Lin Feng was shocked. The true dragon race was one of the most terrifying races. Since the creation of the world, only 9 true dragon emperors had appeared. Even great emperors were no match for the true dragon emperor. Some people said that the true dragon great emperor was equivalent to an immortal level expert. Some said that the true dragon emperor was only 1 step away from becoming an immortal. But who knew what cultivation level the true dragon great emperor was at? You can't be thinking of retrieving the true dragon skeleton from 9 hell's purgatory, right? Lin Feng said. What? Is there anything impossible about it? Old monster Mo asked with a sinister smile. Lin Feng said, Only souls can enter and exit 9 hell's purgatory. Nothing else can enter or exit. Things inside 9 hell's purgatory can't be retrieved. Eccentric Mo said, Countless years ago, cultivators of the 9 hell's purgatory were able to enter and exit it. However, at some point in time, an extremely powerful seal was placed on the 9 hell's purgatory, so only souls could enter it. However, nothing is absolute in this world. I have my own sky-stealing sun-swapping technique. One day, I'll take out the true dragon skeleton and study it properly." "You're really crazy," Lin Feng wailed. "Kid, this jade tube contains all the information you need. Memorize it carefully." Old monster Mo took out a jade tube and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's divine sense entered the jade tube. He memorized all the information recorded in the tube. He memorized everything. Then he looked at old monster Mo and said, "I've memorized everything. Find a place to sit. I'll open the passage to 9, Hell's Purgatory. After that, your soul will leave your body and enter the passage. A year later, I'll open the passage again. At that time, you'll sense it and quickly rush out. This passage can only last for 2 hours. If you don't come out, you'll be trapped in 9, Hell's Purgatory forever. Also, after you enter 9 Hell's Purgatory, you must not run around. Follow the map I gave you and head to the true dragon skeleton. If you run around, you'll easily get lost in 9 Hell's Purgatory. If you get lost, TSK. Even a great emperor won't be able to save you." Old monster Mo reminded. Lin Feng nodded with a gloomy expression. He had no other choice. Whether he was willing or not, he had to enter 9, Hell's Purgatory. Don't be so depressed. Do you know why the old turtle is so powerful? In fact, it was related to the fact that he had entered the 9, Hell's Purgatory many times. However, as long as you can endure it, your soul will undergo a great transformation. Old monster Mo said. "Really?" Lin Feng looked at old monster Mo doubtfully. Old monster Mo laughed strangely and said, "Of course it's true. Do you think I'm that cheap master of yours who doesn't speak human language all day?" Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Lord Tortoise was a scammer. Old monster Mo did not say anything else. Instead, he set up an altar. Then he began the ritual. It seemed that opening the passage to 9, Hell's Purgatory was not an easy task. Lin Feng had heard of 9, Hell's Purgatory a long time ago. Sometimes when cultivators fought and one side was ruthless, they would say things like, "I'll throw your soul into 9 Hell's Purgatory and let you experience endless torture, never to be reincarnated." However, in reality, it was impossible for these people to open the passage to 9 Hell's Purgatory, not to mention throwing someone's soul into 9 Hell's Purgatory. Old monster Mo was the first cultivator Lin Feng had seen who could open the passage to 9 Hell's Purgatory. The sacrificial ceremony went on for about an hour. Suddenly, a rumbling sound could be heard. Then, a distorted black hole appeared on top of the altar. Astral projection. After seeing the distorted black hole, Lin Feng's soul quickly flew out and disappeared into the passage. Then Lin Feng felt himself falling continuously. Not long after, there were flames everywhere, burning his soul. There was no heavenly fire to protect him now. Lin Feng's soul was burned by the flames, so he would also be injured. However, he did not make any sound of pain. His willpower was strong. What kind of pain had he not endured? So what if the raging flames burned his soul? In the end, Lin Feng's soul fell into a world of endless darkness. The void here was distorted, filled with hellfire, and terrifying netherworld ghost winds blew everywhere. Rumble! Just as he descended into this world, he heard an earth-shaking sound in the distance. The earth was shaking violently. P.S. The true dragon skeleton in 9 Hell's Purgatory. Very important. It's also a huge trap. Later, this true dragon skeleton will appear. Its identity is very special. Please vote. Chapter 1761. The deafening sound reverberated in all directions. Lin Feng was shocked. Where did this sound come from? How could it be so powerful? At this moment, dust billowed in the distance. Roar! An earth-shattering roar resounded through the clouds. Then, a dense swarm of giant beasts charged over. They were bone beasts. All that was left of them were bones. On top of each bone beast sat a cultivator wearing armor and holding a war spear in his hand. However, upon closer inspection, those cultivators had no aura of life at all. They seemed to be dead. Behind the Knight Legion was a dense group of infantrymen. These infantrymen were also wearing armor and holding long spears in their hands. They lined up in an orderly manner and flew across the sky at high speed. Hellsine soldiers. Lin Feng was shocked. The underworld was divided into two types of soldiers. The first type was the Nether soldiers, and the second type was the Een soldiers. The Een soldiers were the soldiers of the underworld. Hell was a part of the underworld. If the underworld was a country, then Hell would be the imperial city. The Een soldiers were the imperial guards of the imperial city. Their status was much higher than the ordinary Nether soldiers, and they were also much stronger. So many Een soldiers have appeared in the 9 Hell's Purgatory. Where are these Een soldiers going? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Rumble. At this moment, the ground in the distance shook violently. Another large army charged over. This army seemed to blot out the sky and cover the earth. There was no telling how many of them there were. At the front was a group of knights as well. They rode on nightmarish beasts shrouded in darkness. These knights wore black robes. The black robes covered their faces, and only pairs of tragic eyes could be seen. Behind the black-robed knights were ordinary soldiers in black robes as well. Boom! The two armies clashed together like two torrents crashing into each other. There was no sound in this battle. Everything was done in silence. When Lin Feng saw the two armies fighting against each other, he was astonished. The Een soldiers of Hell were actually fighting another army. Where did that mysterious army in black robes come from? Why was there such an intense battle between the two legions? This was something that made Lin Feng puzzled. The 9 Hell's Purgatory was about to be pierced through. This battle was too intense. Lin Feng didn't dare to stay any longer. He quickly flew into the distance, so as to avoid being implicated. After leaving the battlefield, Lin Feng followed the method that old monster Emo had taught him. First, he determined the north, south, east, and west directions of the 9 Hell's Purgatory. Then, he followed the map and headed towards the location of the true dragon skeleton. Huff, 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 hellfire burned fiercely. The nether ghost wind swept across the world. Chi, chi. Lin Feng's soul was ignited. Puff, 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 puff. Then, the netherworld ghost wind tore his soul apart. Damage to the soul was thousands of times more painful than damage to the body. This place was too dangerous. Lin Feng didn't dare to use Lu Ya's stargazing chart to protect his soul. That would consume too much of his soul energy. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to deal with any danger. In the 9 Hell's Purgatory, one's soul would be constantly injured. Therefore, Lin Feng would only use Lu Ya's stargazing chart to repair his soul when he was seriously injured. Ah! A shrill cry came from ahead. Lin Feng quickly rushed over and saw a ball of fire burning fiercely. No, I won't accept this. A furious roar came from the flames. The flames wrapped around the soul of a cultivator. At that moment, that cultivator's soul had already been ignited. Is this a soul that was sent to the 9 Hell's Purgatory? Lin Feng muttered to himself. The 9 Hell's Purgatory was equivalent to a huge prison. This prison, it imprisoned the cultivator's soul. The soul in the 9 Hell's Purgatory had to endure the burning of hellfire day and night. It had to endure the destruction of the netherworld ghost wind. The netherworld ghost wind was like a blade. Being hit by the netherworld ghost wind was no different from being cut to pieces. This place was filled with hellfire and netherworld ghost wind. The cultivator had to endure all kinds of pain continuously. There was no time to rest. Perhaps this was the most terrifying part. The cultivator's soul was finally burned to ashes by the hellfire. Along the way, Lin Feng didn't know how many souls had been sent to the 9 Hell's Purgatory to be punished. Many of the souls had lifeless eyes and were like walking corpses. There was no hope of escaping here. Roar. Suddenly, the roar of a beast came from afar. A pitch-black beast was shrouded in black mist, constantly devouring the souls that were drifting between heaven and earth. Run! Seeing the beast, many souls screamed in fear and fled in all directions. What's that? Lin Feng shouted. A soul-devouring beast. It specializes in devouring souls. It's the most terrifying creature in the 9 Hell's Purgatory. Someone reminded him. Lin Feng and the others also fled into the distance. Suddenly, the soul-devouring beast opened its bloody mouth and inhaled. Huff! A powerful suction force surged out. That terrifying suction force enveloped all the souls. No soul could escape. They were all devoured. Lin Feng was about to be devoured. At this moment, he used Luya's star map and formed a huge star map to suppress the soul-devouring beast. Bam! Luya's star-gazing chart slammed into the soul-devouring beast and sent it flying. Roar, roar, roar. The soul-devouring beast roared in anger and charged at Lin Feng again. Seeing how powerful the star map was, Lin Feng's worries dissipated. He continued to control the star map to attack the soul-devouring beast. Bam, bam, bam. Both sides clashed continuously. They clashed more than 10 times. Finally, the soul-devouring beast was no match and was suppressed by Luya's star map. Submit or die. Lin Feng walked toward the soul-devouring beast. I'm willing to submit. The soul-devouring beast greets the master. The soul-devouring beast lay on the ground. Open your soul. Lin Feng said coldly. The soul-devouring beast did not dare to disobey. It opened its soul. Lin Feng set a soul brand in the soul-devouring beast's soul. The soul-devouring beast immediately became his mount. Lin Feng jumped onto the soul-devouring beast and asked, "Do you know where the true dragon skeleton is?" The soul-devouring beast said, "This lowly one knows. It's the skeleton of the 2nd-generation ancestor dragon." What? The skeleton of the 2nd-generation ancestor dragon? Hearing the soul-devouring beast's words, Lin Feng's face turned pale with shock. The ancestor dragon was the ancestor of all dragons. The ancestor dragon was also a Khanate life form born from heaven and earth. It was said that in this world, there had been 3 generations of ancestor dragons. The true dragon was the descendant of the ancestor dragon. The legend of the ancestor dragon had a long history. Lin Feng had once thought that it was just a legend, but now the legend had become reality. There really was an ancestor dragon in this world. Chapter 1762. Lin Feng was shocked by the progenitor dragon's bones. However, Lin Feng was someone who had seen the world. He quickly calmed down. The soul-devouring beast ran as fast as it could, while Lin Feng continued to inquire about the progenitor dragon's bones. How did this progenitor dragon's bones appear in 9 Hell's Purgatory? Could it have been moved here before 9 Hell's Purgatory was sealed? Lin Feng asked. No, I heard that the 2nd-generation progenitor dragon was killed in 9 Hell's Purgatory. Then, the person who killed the progenitor dragon sealed 9 Hell's Purgatory, apparently worried that the progenitor dragon's bones would escape. It's said that the progenitor dragon can reverse the cycle of reincarnation. Even if it dies, it can return one day and live another life. The soul-devouring beast explained. Lin Feng was shocked. The progenitor dragon's abilities were truly heaven-defying. However, what shocked him even more was the person who killed the progenitor dragon. The second-generation progenitor dragon was also a sentient life form. It was widely rumored that sentient life forms were immortals. This rumor wasn't groundless. Different eras meant different names. Perhaps sentient life forms were immortals. But such a powerful existence, was it actually killed by someone? How inconceivable. Moreover, the progenitor dragon was a member of the dragon race. The dragon clan was one of the strongest clans among all the clans. Even among the sentient life forms, the progenitor dragon. It should be one of the strongest existences, right? But that existence had actually killed the progenitor dragon. Just how powerful was it to be able to do so? What killed the progenitor dragon? Lin Feng asked. There's no way to find out. The soul-devouring beast said. On the way, Lin Feng and the soul-devouring beast talked about many things regarding the progenitor dragon. However, the soul-devouring beast didn't know much about the progenitor dragon. Thus, Lin Feng didn't have much useful information. 10 days later, the soul-devouring beast brought Lin Feng to the progenitor dragon's location. From afar, a mountain-like dragon skeleton rested on the ground. It had been dead for who knew how many years. However, it still exuded an incomparably terrifying dragon might. 40 to 50 kilometers away, the soul-devouring beast could not walk any further. Thump! The soul-devouring beast immediately knelt on the ground and trembled when it felt the pressure from the ancestral dragon bone. Master, I can't get any closer to the ancestral dragon bone, the soul-devouring beast said in a trembling voice. Stay far behind the progenitor dragon bone. Don't leave. Lin Feng said. Yes, master, the soul-devouring beast replied. Lin Feng, on the other hand, walked towards the progenitor dragon bone. Under the pressure of the primogenitor dragon bone, Lin Feng found it difficult to walk. When he was still 30 miles away from the ancestral dragon bone, he found it difficult to move forward. Junior's mission. It was pulling the dragon bones forward. One day, Senior's corpse will definitely see the light of day again. Lin Feng muttered to himself. The ancestral dragon bone seemed to still have spirituality. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the powerful pressure that enveloped Lin Feng's body disappeared. In an instant, it disappeared into thin air. I want to return to the world. Suddenly, an ancient voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. The ancestral dragon bone still had spirituality? Could it be that the remnant soul had not been destroyed? Senior's soul still exists? Lin Feng asked. However, he did not get a response from the ancestral dragon bone. This made him very puzzled. Could it be that the remnant soul had not been destroyed? Was it actually the ancestral dragon's obsession before it died? I want to return to the world, the ancestral dragon's voice once again resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Senior, don't worry. This junior will definitely help Senior return to the world and do his best. Lin Feng replied. He quickly walked towards the ancestral dragon bone. Now, Lin Feng suddenly felt some admiration for old monster Mo. This old fellow had probably been planning for who knew how many years. He wanted to get this skeleton out. Previously, old monster Mo had said that this was the skeleton of a true dragon, but he had obviously not told the truth. Lin Feng guessed that old monster Mo wanted him to understand the ancestral dragon bone. Then, he would do his best to help the ancestral dragon bone return to the world. Now, Lin Feng was a little suspicious. his cheap master, and old monster, Mo, might not have been paying a debt. Instead, these two old fellows were working together to get the ancestral dragon bone out of the nine, Hell's Purgatory. As for the excuse of repaying the debt, it was just an excuse to fool him. These two old monsters had used such a method to trick him into entering the nine, Hell's Purgatory through threats and promises. Therefore, no matter what the relationship between his cheap master and old monster Mo was, or what tricks there were. However, there was one indisputable fact. He had been tricked by his cheap master, Lord Tortoise. In any case, this cheap master would feel uncomfortable if he did not trick his disciple. Lin Feng arrived in front of the ancestral dragon bone. Looking at this huge skeleton at a close distance, he was even more shocked. On the skeleton, there were densely packed immortal patterns. Perhaps it was because of these immortal patterns. Therefore, that was why the ancestral dragon bone had been preserved. Looking at those immortal patterns, Lin Feng's eyes widened. These immortal patterns recorded the inheritance of the ancestral dragon, all sorts of powerful immortal techniques. They should be recorded in them. If he could comprehend a few of them, wouldn't that be heaven-defying? At the thought of this, Lin Feng could not help but grin. He went to look at the immortal patterns, hoping to gain something. But right after, Lin Feng let out a scream. His cultivation was not enough, and he could not comprehend the contents recorded in the immortal patterns. Just as he wanted to comprehend the contents of the immortal patterns, his soul was almost shattered. Huff, 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 Lin Feng was panting heavily. He couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Those damn immortal marks are so powerful. I'm in front of a mountain of treasures now, but I can't get anything from it. How depressing. I want to return to the world. At this moment, the voice of the ancestral dragon rang out in Lin Feng's mind once more. Lin Feng had the feeling that he was powerless. The immortal patterns probably recorded immortal techniques, but there was nothing he could do. He could not comprehend it. He retracted his gaze from the immortal patterns with difficulty, then walked towards the direction of the ancestral dragon's head. When he arrived at the ancestral dragon's head, he realized that there was a huge chain wrapped around the dragon bone. That cheap master of his must have grabbed this chain to pull the ancestral dragon's bones, right? Lin Feng grabbed the chain and put it on his shoulder. Then he put some strength into it. A loud rumbling sound rang out. The ancestral dragon's bones trembled violently. Return to the world. Between heaven and earth, the voice of the ancestral dragon reverberated. Lin Feng walked forward step by step. Rumble, rumble, it was accompanied by an earth-shattering sound. The huge skeleton of the ancestral dragon began to move forward. Lin Feng felt like he was dragging a gigantic mountain with him. Chapter 1763. The place where the hellfire burned was a sinful place where souls were tortured. The place where the nether ghost wind blew was a place of death where lives were destroyed. The burning hellfire would never be extinguished, and the nether ghost wind whistled through the world. Countless souls floated in 9 hells purgatory, suffering pain and torment. Perhaps only death was the day they died. Only then could they escape this pain. The earth trembled as the mountain-like skeleton was pulled forward by the seemingly thin and weak body. Countless souls and fierce beasts stood in 9 hells purgatory and watched from afar, pulling the dragon bone forward. This was a very shocking scene. The souls in 9 hells purgatory were being tortured by the hellfire and nether ghost wind. It was not easy to survive. It was simply too difficult to pull a dragon bone that was as large as a mountain. Time slowly passed. Lin Feng moved forward step by step. The hellfire burned his soul, and the nether ghost wind tore his soul apart. But Lin Feng did not give up. No matter how serious the pain and damage he suffered, he did not stop. Luya's star chart was very magical. It could heal soul injuries. Therefore, Lin Feng persisted. His soul was being destroyed and reborn. He pulled the dragon bone and walked into the unknown. Now, this was his mission. Time quietly passed. 1 year seemed short, but in 9 hells purgatory, every day felt like a year, because here he had to endure too much pain and torture. In the end, Lin Feng was completely numb. He did not know what pain was. His goal was to keep moving forward, to rebuild the sun for the progenitor dragon bone, to do his part. During that 1 year, Lin Feng hadn't gained anything. In the cycle of soul destruction and rebirth, his soul's grade was increasing very quickly. Originally, Lin Feng's soul rank was at the 3rd heaven of true God realm, but under the torture of 9 hell's purgatory, his soul went through metamorphosis again and again. In the end, he reached the peak of true God realm and rose 7 levels. It had only been a year. His soul had actually risen by a total of 7 grades. Naturally, Lin Feng was very happy. This could be considered an unexpected surprise after a year of hard work pulling the dragon bone forward. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. On this day, endless darkness shrouded the earth. A cold aura filled the sky. In the depths of the darkness, a terrifying voice that sounded like an ancient devil's voice sounded. Those who have died should have fallen into eternal oblivion. Those who tried to go against the cycle of reincarnation were just daydreaming in the end. They should be punished in the cruelest way, said Lin Feng. When the voice sounded, Lin Feng, who was pulling the dragon bone, he stopped. In the depths of the black fog world, it seemed that something was about to appear. And this thing was targeting ancestor dragon progenitor. A battle across billions of years. The blood in my heart will never die. I am willing to sacrifice my body. Willing. Suddenly, progenitor dragon bone. Progenitor dragon. Come. Crack, crack. Sounds of friction could be heard. Progenitor dragon's bones moved. Sounds of bones rubbing against each other could be heard. Roar. The high-pitched dragon roar resounded through the clouds. Next, progenitor dragon bone actually stood up. This body was really too huge. It was 30 to 40,000 meters long. That streamlined and huge body was filled with a shocking sense of beauty. The aura coming from the depths was getting more and more terrifying. That unknown creature was rushing over at high speed. It was targeting ancestor dragon. Lin Feng was very shocked. Was that creature related to the existence that killed ancestor dragon back then? At this time, Lin Feng did not dare to continue standing. He jumped onto ancestor dragon, progenitor dragon, and grabbed the dragon bone. Roar. Very soon, a terrifying creature appeared. This was also an incomparably huge creature. Its 9 hideous heads were extremely ugly. Looking carefully at the 9 heads, the 9 heads were very similar to the heads of crocodiles. However, the eyes were the eyes of spiders. They were very evil and flashed with resentment. The nose was the nose of Yazi Beast. It had a pair of huge fangs. That pair of fangs seemed to be able to easily pierce through heaven and earth. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing such an ugly creature. He had never even heard of it before. He did not know what kind of terrifying existence it was. That terrifying creature waved its huge claws and slapped towards Ancestor Dragon. Bang! Ancestor Dragon also made its move. It also waved its huge dragon claws and slapped towards that terrifying creature. The 2 huge bodies collided fiercely. The firmament collapsed. The earth caved in. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. This kind of battle was too shocking. Lin Feng's divine soul was shattered by the energy aftermath of the battle. He used Lu Ya's star observation chart in time to protect himself. That was why he did not turn into ashes. In this battle, it was obvious that Ancestor Dragon was at a disadvantage. Hence, Ancestor Dragon could not protect him at all. He turned into a star chart. Before the two terrifying creatures collided, he quickly rushed far away from the battlefield. "Master, are you all right?" The soul-devouring beast flew over and asked. Lin Feng shook his head. Although his divine soul was shattered, it was not life-threatening. Moreover, with Lu Ya's star observation chart, his divine soul was quickly recovering. He sat on the soul-devouring beast and looked into the distance. When he saw that terrifying creature, he could not help but frown slightly. He asked, "Do you know what kind of creature is fighting against the Ancestor Dragon?" "I'm not sure, but that creature has always wanted to destroy the Ancestor Dragon's bone. It only appears once every 100 years. It's said that the Ancestor Dragon's bone was originally able to suppress it, but as time passed, the Ancestor Dragon's bone's strength continued to weaken. If the Ancestor Dragon's bone is unable to leave 9 Hell's Purgatory, it's only a matter of time before it is destroyed." Lin Feng nodded. Suddenly at this moment, a divine thought entered Lin Feng's mind. "Quickly return to 9 Hell's Purgatory. The passage will open in 10 days. Lin Feng was shocked when he heard this. He urged the soul-devouring beast to quickly rush into the distance. He took one last look at the Ancestor Dragon's bone. The Ancestor Dragon's bone and that terrifying creature. Once again, they fiercely collided. And this time, the collision. The Ancestor Dragon's bone was sent flying. This battle was simply too shocking. It made one's heart tremble. Lin Feng could not help the Ancestor Dragon's bone. He could only pray that the Ancestor Dragon's bone would be able to persevere and not be destroyed by that terrifying creature. The soul-devouring beast was very fast. It only took 8 days to reach the place where Lin Feng had first entered 9 Hell's Purgatory. The soul-devouring beast said, "Master, bring me out. I want to go to the outside world." The creatures of 9 Hell's Purgatory cannot leave. Lin Feng said, "In order to leave 9 Hell's Purgatory, I am willing to fight. Even if I die, I have no regrets." The soul-devouring beast said with a resolute expression, "All right, I'll see if I can bring you out when the time comes." Lin Feng said, "Rumble." 2 days later, the passage to the outside world opened again. Lin Feng rode the soul-devouring beast and rushed into the passage. At this moment, waves of destructive power surged towards the soul-devouring beast. Crack, crack. The soul-devouring beast's body began to crumble. The laws of heaven and earth of 9 Hell's Purgatory did not allow the soul-devouring beast to leave and wanted to destroy it. Lu Ya's star chart. Lin Feng's expression suddenly darkened. He condensed a huge star chart to protect him and the soul-devouring beast. Lu Ya's star chart was indeed worthy of being a supreme sacred art created by Taoist Lu Ya. It actually blocked the power of the laws of order of 9 Hell's Purgatory. The soul-devouring beast roared and increased its speed. It carried Lin Feng and rushed into the space-time passage that led to the outside world. Soon after, the space-time passage closed. Lin Feng and the soul-devouring beast left 9 Hell's Purgatory. Chapter 1764. Whoosh! With a flash of light, Lin Feng rode the soul-devouring beast back to the real world. Then, his soul returned to his body. He opened his eyes and took a deep breath. He had left the damned 9 Hell's Purgatory. He had returned to the real world. This feeling was simply too good. "Damn, why did you bring a soul-devouring beast with you?" Old Monster Mo's voice rang out. This is my new mount. What do you think? Not bad, right? Lin Feng smiled. Old Monster Mo rolled his eyes and said, Be careful that it doesn't devour your soul one day. Roar. The soul-devouring beast roared at Old Monster Mo and said fiercely, I will never betray my master. You dare to be so fierce to me? Are you tired of living? If I hadn't sent your master to 9, hell's purgatory, would you have been able to escape? Do you believe that I won't send you back? Old Monster Mo said coldly. These words were too powerful. The soul-devouring beast was so frightened that it lay on the ground, not daring to speak anymore. Lin Feng said, If I can bring the soul-devouring beast out, then you and that cheap master of mine should be able to bring the ancestral dragon bone out as well. Why waste so much effort and enter 9 hell's purgatory every 100 years to bring the ancestral dragon bone to that place you spoke of? Old Freak Mo rolled his eyes and said, You're dreaming too much. You were able to bring the soul-devouring beast out because it's only a spiritual body. Even though it'll be destroyed by the laws of 9, hell's purgatory, your methods are extraordinary. You were able to withstand the attacks of the laws of 9 hell's purgatory, so you were able to successfully bring the soul-devouring beast out. However, the ancestral dragon bone is different. The ancestral dragon bone's body is too large, and it's not a spiritual body. It's just a skeleton. The laws of 9 hell's purgatory can't compare to the laws of 9 hell's purgatory when a spiritual body enters or exits 9 hell's purgatory. Of course, that's not even the most important thing. The most important thing is that you've already seen it. Lin Feng was shocked. Are you talking about that terrifying creature? Old Monster Mo nodded. That's right. It was that terrifying creature. With it here, it'll be too difficult to get the progenitor dragon bone out of 9 hell's purgatory. Lin Feng's heart moved, and he couldn't help but ask, But you've thought of a way? Once every 100 years, if you follow a certain path and pull the progenitor dragon bone forward, when you reach the final destination, you might be able to let the progenitor dragon bone see the light of day again. I wonder how you'll be able to fight against that terrifying creature when the time comes. How are we going to let the primogenitor's bones see the light of day again? Old eccentric Mo laughed strangely and said, What? You want to know? You might be able to join us. That cheap master of yours, that old turtle, must be eager for you to participate in this matter. Lin Feng said, Forget it. My strength is limited. I want to, but I can't. Where's my heaven god elixir? Old Monster Mo tossed a spatial porcelain bottle to Lin Feng and said, It's all in here. It should be enough for you to use for a while. Let's go. I'll come find you the next time I need to refine deity elixir. Lin Feng waved his hand and left on the soul-devouring beast. Old Monster Mo laughed strangely. There's no turning back. Once you've started, that old turtle has a good eye. He took in a disciple like you. The progenitor dragon bone will see the light of day again, and I'll need your help in the future. You won't be able to refuse this matter even if you want to. Lin Feng left the reincarnation valley on the soul-devouring beast and took a deep breath. The air outside was fresh. How refreshing! He thought back to a year ago when Dancing Fire Fairy had asked him to meet at the Myriad Immortal Peak, but Old Monster Mo had ruined his plans. Lin Feng felt depressed. He didn't know if the Dancing Fire Fairy was angry with him. The next time he met Dancing Fire Fairy, he would talk to her about this matter. The soul-devouring beast galloped around the sect, attracting the attention of many people. A core disciple flew over and said coldly, Kid, our reincarnation immortal sect is an immortal sect, the leader of the righteous path. How can you ride such a demonic beast as your mount? None of your business. Lin Feng pursed his lips. Impudent. An ordinary disciple dares to be so rude to a core disciple? Do you believe? The core disciple said coldly, but before he could finish, he was pulled away by his companion. The core disciple asked, "What are you doing? Why are you stopping me from teaching that kid a lesson? That guy is the one who used the demon lashing whip to beat Suing and the others a year ago. His cultivation is extremely high. He might be an ordinary disciple, but the sect follows the law of survival. He's not someone we can afford to offend." The core disciple's companion said. The core disciple's face turned pale when he heard his companion's words, and he left with his tail between his legs. Why does that guy look like the guy who climbed the sacred ancestor mountain 3 years ago? A disciple looked at Lin Feng with a puzzled expression. That can't be, right? Didn't the guy who climbed the sacred ancestor mountain follow the ancestors to the sacred ground to cultivate? The sacred ground is very far from here. It would take 5 to 6 years for a round trip. How can that guy appear in the sect now? The disciple's companion asked doubtfully. That's true. It's been a long time, and I only saw him climb the sacred ancestor mountain from afar. Then he disappeared. The immortal reincarnation scripture must have brought him to the celestial palace. He should be cultivating in the sacred ground now. Maybe I mistook him for someone else, said the disciple. At that moment, Lin Feng was riding on the soul-devouring beast, swaggering into the distance. He had just returned to the barren mountain. Master Tortoise walked out of the dilapidated palace and said with a grin, "Good disciple, you're back. You've gained quite a lot. You even got a soul-devouring beast." Lin Feng was speechless. "Master, I like tricking people, but you have to choose your targets first. It's fine if you're tricking outsiders, but you can't trick your own people. I was really tricked by you this time. I almost died in 9 Hell's Purgatory." Lord Tortoise said, "You didn't die, did you? Not only did you not die, but your soul force also broke through to the peak of the true God realm. You even brought out such a powerful mount. Then should I thank you for throwing me into 9 Hell's Purgatory?" Lin Feng said unhappily, "You don't have to thank me. It's what I should do. I'm hungry now, so hurry up and cook some meat for me." Lord Tortoise said, "A tortoise should eat a fish." Lin Feng said. Lord Tortoise kicked Lin Feng away and said fiercely, "I'm the Xuanwu sacred beast, not a tortoise. How many times do you have to say it before you remember it clearly?" Late at night, in a side palace on a desolate mountain, Lin Feng sat cross-legged and took out his mountain river ring. His divine sense connected with the ring. Whoosh! With a flash, Lin Feng disappeared. He entered the mountain river ring. Chapter 1765. This was the first time Lin Feng had entered the mountain river ring's space. Ya! As soon as Lin Feng entered, Bibi sensed him and quickly flew over, jumping into his arms. The dragon rabbit also flew over and jumped into Lin Feng's arms. "Where's the 4 sacred birds?" Lin Feng asked. Ya! Bei danced and waved his little paws in the air. "Are you saying that they're in the orchard?" Lin Feng asked. Bibi nodded repeatedly. The mountain river ring contained all sorts of precious fruit trees, such as the heavenly peach tree that Lin Feng had transplanted. He, Bibi, and the dragon rabbit arrived at the orchard and found the 4 sacred birds. The bird was 3 times fatter than before. It was obvious that it had been eating a lot of spirit fruits. At this moment, the 4 holy birds were resting in a temporary nest that had been built. Lin Feng, Bibi, and the dragon rabbit arrived, but the 4 sacred birds were still asleep. Lin Feng kicked the 4 sacred birds. The 4 sacred birds immediately jumped up and shouted, "Who dares to kick me? Are you tired of living?" When the 4 sacred birds saw that it was Lin Feng, they immediately bowed and said, "So it's you, young master. I've been blind. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said, How many spirit fruits have you wasted? How did you get so fat? The four sacred birds hurriedly said, No, young master, I didn't eat the spirit fruits. I slept. The four sacred birds' voice grew softer and softer. It was obvious that it was too embarrassed to continue lying. Of course, Lin Feng wouldn't blame the four sacred birds. Since he had obtained all sorts of natural treasures, they were meant to be used up. Lin Feng's principle was that he wouldn't feel any heartache, no matter how many treasures he used up. The scariest thing in the world wasn't spending one's wealth extravagantly. What was truly frightening was that they would run out of money. As long as there was a way to earn more wealth, no matter how much he spent, he didn't have to worry, because there was always a way to obtain more. Lin Feng then went to the lake where the little mermaid lived. He saw the little mermaid in the lake from afar. At this time, the little mermaid seemed to have seen Lin Feng. She was so scared that she dived into the lake and disappeared. The little mermaid was a little timid. Perhaps she was worried that Lin Feng was a bad guy who would hurt her, so she didn't dare to show her face around Lin Feng. Lin Feng patted Bibi's head and said, Little fellow, go and tell the little mermaid that I won't hurt her. I want to have a good chat with her. Now Bibi and the little mermaid had become good friends. So he asked Bibi to pass the message. It could eliminate the fear in the little mermaid's heart. Bibi squeaked twice and then flew towards the lake. The seven-colored immortal light enveloped his tiny body. Then Bibi dived into the lake. Not long after, the little fellow flew out. The little mermaid also floated to the surface. Her beautiful blue eyes stared unblinkingly at Lin Feng. Although the little mermaid had just reached adulthood, her body had already developed to perfection. She could be called a top-grade beauty. Lin Feng didn't get close to the little mermaid, so as not to scare her. He said, My name is Lin Feng. What's your name? My name is Naza, the little mermaid replied. Her voice was extremely pleasant and soft. Hearing it made one's bones feel like they were going to melt. She had a beautiful face and a pleasant voice. She was indeed a top-grade beauty. Lin Feng continued to ask, How were you captured? The little mermaid said, Some cultivators entered the deep sea where I lived. They seemed to be looking for something. They saw me and then captured me. When she spoke of this matter, Naza's face was still filled with fear. Obviously, when she was captured by those cultivators, Naza must have been extremely frightened and helpless. Do you have any other clansmen? Lin Feng asked. Naza shook her head and said, I used to live in the deep sea with my aunt, but she passed away when I was very young. After that, I lived alone. A mermaid who lost contact with her clan? Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. Ocean world. It was boundless. In addition, most of the mermaids were distributed in the Netherworld Sea World. And even in the Netherworld Sea World, there were only a few thousand mermaids left. This was a race that was about to go extinct. Perhaps in the outside world, there were also some mermaids like Naza who had lost their way. In the vast sea, it was difficult for them to find their clansmen. Moreover, many cultivators from different clans wanted to capture the mermaids. So these mermaids didn't dare to wander around. They only dared to hide in the deep sea, where they usually lived. They didn't even dare to go out, let alone find their clansmen. If Naza hadn't been accidentally discovered by the cultivators who had entered the depths of the sea, and caught by them, perhaps Naza would always live alone in the deep sea. Lin Feng said, Naza, don't worry. I will definitely help you find your clansmen in the future. Do you still remember the angel I mentioned to you before? She is your clansman and also my friend. You will definitely be able to reunite with your clansmen. Really? Big Brother can really help Naza find her clansmen? Naza was still very naive. Hearing that Lin Feng could help her find her clansmen, her good impression of Lin Feng immediately increased. Of course it's true. During this period of time, you can rest here for the time being. I'll come back to see you in a few days. Lin Feng said with a smile. Right now, Naza's wariness towards Lin Feng had been lowered by a lot. However, it was unrealistic to completely remove her wariness towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng himself was very clear on this point, so he needed to do it step by step. He waved at Naza and left. As for Naza, she blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at the departing Lin Feng, revealing an expression of contemplation. Flying out of the mountain river ring, Lin Feng was in a good mood. Finally, he was able to establish a preliminary trust with Naza. After resting for a night, Lin Feng rode on the soul-devouring beast and flew towards the core disciples' mountain the next day. In the immortal Tao sect, there were many disciples who rode on all kinds of spirit beasts, but Lin Feng was riding a ferocious beast in such a brazen manner. In the entire immortal Tao sect, he was the only one. Many people pointed at him, but Lin Feng didn't care about the gazes of the people around him. Soon, he rode on the soul-devouring beast and arrived at the core disciples' mountain. This was the place where the core disciples were verified. This place had always been a sacred place. Lin Feng asked the soul-devouring beast to wait for him in the plaza while he walked towards the main hall. "Senior brother, is there anything I can help you with?" As soon as he entered the main hall, a beautiful female disciple walked over. This female disciple was wearing a purple celestial feather dress that the Reincarnation Immortal Sect tailor-made for female disciples. This purple celestial feather dress was impervious to water and fire. It was also a powerful magic treasure. On the chest of this female disciple's dress was a drawing of a celestial mountain. This female disciple was a servant disciple. Chapter 1766. Disciples of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect wore uniforms. Those with a picture of a celestial mountain on their chests were servant disciples. Those with a picture of a star on their chests were outer disciples. Those with a picture of a crescent moon on their chests were inner disciples. Those with a picture of a full moon on their chests were core disciples. Those with a picture of a sun on their chests were holy sons and holy daughters. There was a strict hierarchy. This female disciple wore a purple dress with a picture of a celestial mountain on her chest. This indicated that she was a servant disciple. Within the Reincarnation Immortal Sect, there was a strict hierarchy of disciples. The disciples of the sect were divided into ordinary disciples, core disciples, holy sons, and holy daughters. The ordinary disciples were further divided into servant disciples, outer disciples, and inner disciples. Servant disciples were usually talented, but they could not meet the requirements of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. It would be a waste to give up on them. Therefore, the Reincarnation Immortal Sect would recruit servant disciples every year. These servant disciples would enter the Reincarnation Immortal Sect and be distributed among the mountains. They had to complete the tasks assigned by the sect. In their free time, they could cultivate. The Reincarnation Immortal Sect would give these servant disciples 100 years. Within these 100 years, they could participate in the test at any time. If they could pass the test before the end of the test, they would be promoted to outer disciples. If they could not pass the test, they would have to leave the sect. These servant disciples were disciples of the immortal sect. To put it bluntly, they were like slaves. They were ordered around by others. They even had to do things like weeding the spiritual fields, killing insects, and cleaning the feces of the spiritual beasts. The disciples of the big factions would never do such things. Therefore, these servant disciples were mostly from small families, small factions, or independent cultivators. These people were not afraid of hard work and were willing to do manual labor. The female disciple who served Lin Feng was extremely beautiful. Lin Feng was a little taken aback. He could not help but think to himself, this was indeed an immortal sect. Even the servant disciples were so beautiful. I am here to participate in the core disciple test. Lin Feng said, Senior brother, please follow me. The female disciple said respectfully and led the way. Lin Feng followed behind her. After that, the female disciple brought Lin Feng to a big palace. There were about 2,000 disciples in that palace. They were all chatting in groups of 2s and 3s. As soon as he entered the main hall, 2 people walked over from not far away. A man and a woman. This male disciple was a core disciple. The female disciple was a servant disciple. Ha 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 ha, isn't this junior sister Cindy? The female disciple said with a smile. Hello, senior martial sister Wu. After seeing this female disciple, Su Cindy bowed. This female disciple was called Wu Xueman. It was said that she had hooked up with a core disciple, so she could be said to be flushed with success during this period. This female disciple was wearing a dazzling array of magic treasures. For example, the hairpin on her head was called the Vermilion Bird Immortal Phoenix hairpin. It was a semi-divine magic treasure. On her wrist was the white jade blue wand bracelet, which was a divine magic treasure. This female disciple had a total of 16 or 17 magic treasures. It was as if she was afraid that others didn't know she had so many treasures. Wu Xueman deliberately showed off her treasures to Su Cindy, as if she was showing off her treasures. She said proudly, Junior sister, look at these treasures. Do you like any of them? If you do, I'll give you one. Senior sister, thank you for your kindness, Su Cindy said with a smile. She didn't want to accept it. How could Su Cindy not see that Wu Xueman was deliberately showing off her treasures? She didn't really want to give them to her. If she really said yes, she would only be humiliating herself. Wu Xueman smiled and said, I was so busy chatting with you that I forgot to introduce this senior brother next to me. This is senior brother Zhao Ziping. Senior brother Zhao is a core disciple of the sect. Today is the day of the core disciple examination. Senior brother Zhao will lead all the seniors to the examination hall. Hello, senior brother Zhao. Su Cindy bowed to Zhao Ziping. After Zhao Ziping saw Su Cindy, his eyes didn't move away. He smiled and nodded. Junior sister, you don't have to be so polite. As he spoke, he reached out to help Su Cindy, who was bowing to him. But Su Cindy quickly dodged. TSK, this Zhao Ziping's eyes are full of naked desire. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Su Cindy could be called a first-class beauty, but she was just a servant disciple. Her status was low. It was no wonder that someone like Zhao Ziping would have ideas about her. Haha, I have a lot of things to do today, so I won't be able to get close to you. I'll invite you to hang out some other day. We should get closer to each other and talk about cultivation. It'll be very beneficial for your cultivation, said Lin Feng. Zhao Ziping said with a fake smile. Lin Feng noticed that when Zhao Ziping said this, Wu Xueman's expression suddenly froze. Originally, she looked at Su Cindy with a high and mighty look, but now she looked gloomy and cold. Lin Feng muttered in his heart, this Wu Xueman had probably already hooked up with this Zhao Ziping, right? She originally wanted to show off in front of Su Cindy. Who would have thought that her lover would actually take a fancy to Su Cindy? Su Cindy pursed her lips and did not answer. Obviously, Su Cindy did not intend to have too much contact with Zhao Ziping. Zhao Ziping naturally saw that Su Cindy did not intend to have any further contact with him, but Zhao Ziping did not care about Su Cindy's attitude towards him. How could the woman he fancied, run away from his five-finger mountain. Zhao Ziping was very confident that he could get Su Cini, this top-quality beauty, into his bed. He thought that he would soon be able to enjoy Su Cini, this top-quality beauty. Zhao Ziping was in a very good mood, and his pace was much lighter. He came to the middle of the hall and said in a deep voice, everyone, follow me. I will now take you to the testing hall. Several elders are already waiting for you." "Yes," many people answered. Then, the disciples who were participating in the test all followed behind Zhao Ziping. The testing hall and the main hall were not in the same place. The toilet hall was in a side hall. As soon as they entered the side hall, waves of heat swept across the place. The inside of the hall was actually a separate space. At that moment, there was a valley in front of them. Further in, there was a continuous chain of mountains. An elder was standing in front of the valley and said, "The core disciple test is divided into 5 parts. The first part is the test of godly flames. When you break through to the godly fire layer, the quality of your godly flames will be different. Some flames are strong, some flames are weak. The stronger the godly flame, the greater your potential will be in the future. Even though you have already broken through to the godly fire layer, only true geniuses are qualified to become core disciples. Therefore, many of you will definitely be eliminated. The first part is to test the strength of your godly flames. In a while, you will enter the valley with your godly flames. If your godly flames are not enough to resist the godly flames in the valley, you will be disqualified. After passing the second part, you will arrive in a sea of illusions. You will have to endure endless illusions. Only by walking out of the illusions will you be considered to have passed. The third part is a sea of inner demons. Inner demons are a test of willpower. The fourth part is a test of your fighting abilities. The fifth part is also the most difficult part. It's called the Sea of Formations. Not only are there extremely strong ferocious beasts, but there are also great deployment spells. There are also illusions, inner demons, and so on. The previous parts of the test were scattered and simple. This part will test your abilities. Only by passing through the Sea of Formations will you be considered to have passed. All right, now let's begin. As soon as the elder finished speaking, more than 2,000 disciples took out their divine fires one after another and entered the fire valley to begin the first round of the assessment. To Lin Feng, that part of the test was too easy. He used his celestial flames to protect his body and quickly passed through the valley. Then, he arrived in front of the second part of the test. Each part of the test was guarded by an elder, so in front of the second part of the test, there was also an elder waiting for the other disciples. Lin Feng ignored the elder and entered the Sea of Illusions. The Sea of Illusions was very easy for Lin Feng. The inner demons were the same. He easily broke through all of them. The fourth part of the test was a test of fighting abilities. It appeared in an ancient forest. One had to pass through the forest. There were extremely strong, ferocious beasts in the forest. This part of the test wasn't difficult for Lin Feng. He easily passed through the forest and arrived at the fifth part of the test, the Sea of Formations. In the Sea of Formations, there were all kinds of formations intertwined. Lin Feng passed through the formations. When he passed by a mountain, he sensed something different. The formations around this mountain were much stronger than the others. He used the formation splitting technique to break through the formations. He arrived in front of the mountain and split it open. At the bottom of the mountain, there was a palm-sized jade talisman. What's this? Chapter 1767. Emperor Rune. Lin Feng looked at the rune on the jade talisman in shock. There was an Emperor Rune on it, but it was dormant now and did not release too much power. He quickly used his divine will to enter the jade talisman. Then, a deep voice sounded in his mind. Reincarnation Emperor, dominating the world. When the voice sounded, Lin Feng felt as if he had come to a mysterious world. A man stood above the 9 heavens like a heavenly emperor. Reincarnation Emperor. Lin Feng was shocked. This was the great emperor of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. He had led the Reincarnation Immortal Sect to glory and was even on equal footing with the Supreme Immortal Sect. If not for the Reincarnation Emperor's sudden departure, the Reincarnation Immortal Sect might have developed even more, and the power that dominated the 9 states might not be the Supreme Immortal Sect, but the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. Of course, what had happened, and nothing could be changed. So in this world, there were no ifs. Boom. Suddenly, the Reincarnation Emperor's hands moved. It was like a butterfly weaving through flowers. A dense array of runes condensed, and those runes, they merged into one. They became immortal Emperor runes. Then, Lin Feng's divine will retreated from the mysterious world. He was pleasantly surprised. In the Jade Talisman, it recorded the Emperor runes that the Reincarnation Emperor cultivated. The Emperor runes were mysterious and powerful. Every great emperor was able to create their own Emperor runes. The Reincarnation Emperor runes were created by the Reincarnation Emperor. The inheritance of the Celestial Master Sect also had the inheritance of the Emperor runes. However, the part of the inheritance that Lin Feng obtained did not have the inheritance of the Emperor runes. Therefore, Lin Feng guessed that the inheritance of the Celestial Master Sect's Emperor runes was probably recorded in the stone scripture. It was difficult to obtain the inheritance of the Celestial Master Sect's Emperor runes. It was difficult to obtain the stone scripture of the Celestial Master Sect. It was a pleasant surprise for Lin Feng to be able to obtain the inheritance of the Emperor's mark from the Samsara Emperor. This is not the place to comprehend the imperial marks. I'll go back and comprehend the Reincarnation imperial marks. Lin Feng smiled and put away the jade talisman. Then he continued to walk forward. Within the sea of formations, the great formations intertwined. Destructive formation runes swept towards Lin Feng. Then all sorts of illusory arrays and mental demon arrays enveloped him. Many of the ferocious beasts hidden in the array also pounced towards Lin Feng. These methods might be enough to make the other disciples flustered and badly battered, but against Lin Feng, it was really not enough. Lin Feng easily broke through the various great formations, killed the fierce beasts that pounced towards him, and then passed through the sea of formations. At the end of the array ocean, there were more than 10 elders waiting for the disciples to arrive. Even the core disciple Grand Elder Shen Gongming was here. In the end, only 17 of the 2,365 people who participated in the test passed and became core disciples. Then, it was time to register the disciples' name, the mountain they were at, who their master was, and other basic information. When it was Lin Feng's turn to register, when Lin Feng said that his master was Master Turtle, the group of elders looked at each other in dismay. Grand Elder Shen Gongming patted Lin Feng's shoulder. Then he sighed. It was as if he was regretting. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. It was no wonder that these people had such expressions. Master Turtle's previous disciples had all ended up in miserable states. Therefore, Shen Gongming and the others felt that Lin Feng might end up in the same situation. They couldn't help but feel sorry for Lin Feng. After entering Lin Feng's basic information into the core disciple token, then the core disciple sect benefits were distributed. There were origin crystals, core disciple robes, 3 divine ability manuals, pills, and so on. Lin Feng didn't look at it carefully. Everyone, congratulations on becoming a core disciple of the sect. The hall has prepared a celebration banquet for you. Let's go to the banquet. Shen Gongming said with a smile. The group of core disciples who had just been promoted were extremely excited. Only Lin Feng didn't feel anything special. He didn't care about status. This time, he only came to the Reincarnation Immortal sect to read the immortal techniques recorded in the Reincarnation Immortal Manual, the Great Reincarnation Technique, and the secret method to become an immortal. But since Shen Gongming held a celebration banquet, he still had to give face. No matter what, Shen Gongming was still the Grand Elder of the Core Disciple Hall. He was already considered a high-level figure in the sect. At the celebration banquet, beautiful female disciples shuttled through the hall to pour wine for everyone. Su Xini was also among them. She knelt in front of Lin Feng's table and poured wine for Lin Feng. Then she whispered, "Congratulations, senior brother, on becoming a core disciple." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Thank you, junior sister." Su Xini bowed slightly and then stood up to pour wine for the other core disciples. Halfway through the banquet, Lin Feng left and rode the soul-devouring beast back to the barren mountain. When he left, a group of disciples passing by saw him. "Isn't that the kid from more than a year ago?" A cultivator gritted his teeth and said. The others also saw Lin Feng. Thinking about the humiliation they had suffered more than a year ago, their expressions darkened. Their gazes were fierce. These people were the cultivators who had been with Su Ying more than a year ago. At that time, they had been whipped a few times by Lin Feng with the demon lashing whip. Later, they had followed Su Ying to find her brother, Su Zicheng, to take revenge. However, Lin Feng had disappeared without a trace. They had searched for a long time, but couldn't find him. They thought that Lin Feng had run away in fear. Now that they saw Lin Feng, they were extremely excited. "Let's go and find junior sister Su." The group of people naturally didn't dare to find trouble with Lin Feng. They quickly left to find Su Ying. If they wanted to deal with Lin Feng, they would have to ask Su Ying to invite Su Zicheng. Lin Feng didn't know that he had been targeted. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Among the younger generation of the sect, the only people who could truly make him wary were the top few experts among the holy sons and holy daughters. He wasn't a match for an expert like young Master Mingyue. If it was an ordinary saint or saintess, it wouldn't be easy for them to defeat him. After returning to his residence, Lin Feng took out the jade talisman. He began to comprehend the reincarnation emperor pattern recorded in the jade talisman. The emperor pattern could be used to attack, defend, seal, suppress, and so on. If he could master the reincarnation emperor pattern, Lin Feng's combat strength would definitely increase greatly. For the next half a month, Lin Feng almost never left his residence. He studied the reincarnation emperor pattern day and night. Half a month later, Lin Feng finally mastered the reincarnation emperor pattern passed down by the reincarnation emperor. This was also the first emperor pattern that Lin Feng had mastered. Chapter 1768. Ever since Li Yingyu and Lu Xinran left the sect and entered the outer realm, the sect had been bustling with activity. The disciples of the immortal sects began to select 2 new fairies from the many waiting lists and sent them into the top 10 fairies. After more than a year of observation and voting, the results were about to be announced. There were countless beautiful female disciples in the sect. Naturally, all of them had their eyes on the 2 empty spots. For a woman, this was a great honor. Finally, on this day, the results of the selection of the top 10 fairies were about to be revealed. Many disciples rushed to the Mission Peak. The results would be announced on the plaza of the Mission Peak. There are so many beauties here. Who will stand out? Lin Feng muttered as he rode the soul-devouring beast to the Mission Peak. Like Lin Feng, Many cultivators were heading to the Mission Peak out of curiosity. Isn't that Fatso? Is he back from his training? On the way, Lin Feng saw Fatso riding Little Donkey. Little Donkey was panting under the weight of more than 100 kilograms. Lin Feng urged the soul-devouring beast to speed up and catch up to Fatso. Fatso, you're back! Lin Feng shouted. Fatso was surprised to see Lin Feng. He asked, "Brother, why are you here?" Lin Feng replied, "If I'm not here, where should I be?" Fatso said, "I heard that you went to the sacred ground to cultivate with the patriarchs. Shouldn't you be cultivating in seclusion in the sacred ground?" Lin Feng was looking forward to the reincarnation immortal sect's sacred ground. It was said that he could control the flow of time there. If Lord Tortoise had not interfered, he could have been cultivating in the sacred ground. But now he could only follow Lord Tortoise and be tricked by his unscrupulous master again and again. Lin Feng said, "Don't talk about it. I'm so unlucky. I've been accepted as Lord Tortoise's disciple. Have you heard of Lord Tortoise?" "Damn, of course I've heard of it. Rumor has it that Lord Tortoise was a rogue cultivator when he was young. He was hunted down by the Supreme Immortal Sect because he flirted with the saintess of the Supreme Immortal Sect. In the end, he escaped to the reincarnation Immortal Sect to seek protection." Fatso said. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. He didn't expect his cheap master to be such a romantic person when he was young. "I've been screwed over by this cheap master of mine." Then Lin Feng and Fatso chatted as they headed to Mission Peak. After spitting out all the bitterness along the way, he felt much better. When they arrived at the Mission Peak, they found that it was already crowded with people. In the square, there were many beautiful female disciples standing there. It was truly a mesmerizing scene. TSK, TSK, the little fairies of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect, are so pretty. I want to take a few of them as my wives. Looking at those beautiful fairies, Fatty's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Lin Feng also looked at the beautiful female disciples who were scattered all over the place. The Reincarnation Immortal Sect was indeed a large immortal sect. There were many female disciples who were beautiful, talented, and had a high cultivation base. It was estimated that if he built a large harem and kept all of them in the palace, it would take many years for him to have a top-grade female disciple serve him. Lin Feng and Fatso jumped down from their mounts and walked towards the square. They squeezed into the crowd and waited for the results to be announced. "Move, move. Don't you see that Junior Sister Isu is coming? Hurry up and move away." A group of disciples rushed over arrogantly and chased away the surrounding disciples. The group of disciples was surrounding a woman. The woman was tall and slender. Her skin was snow white and delicate, and her small face was the size of a palm. She was extremely beautiful. "Didn't you two hear? I told you to get out of my way." A cultivator in purple looked coldly at Lin Feng and Fatso. The surrounding people did not dare to offend this group of core disciples and hurriedly moved away. Only Lin Feng and Fatso stood in place. Fatso pursed his lips. "We came first. Why should we move away? This place is so big. You can stand wherever you want, but us brothers will definitely not move." The purple-robed disciple's expression darkened, and he said coldly, "Fatso, an outer disciple like you dares to disobey my orders? Are you tired of living?" Fatso's figure flickered, and he arrived in front of the purple-robed disciple and grabbed his shoulder. Then he viciously smashed his fat head into the purple-robed disciple's face. Clang! The purple-robed disciple's nose was broken, and blood flowed out uncontrollably. After the fatty broke the nose of the purple-clothed disciple, he sent him flying with a kick. "Damn it! You can call me Fatso, but don't add the word die in front of it. I hate hearing the words Fatso, the most. Fatso cursed fiercely. The surrounding disciples looked at each other in dismay. Since when were outer disciples so ferocious? They had actually beaten a core disciple half to death. It was simply too inconceivable. A mere outer disciple actually dares to injure a core disciple and disregard the immortal rules. Are you tired of living? Take him down. The female disciple, who was surrounded by the crowd, said coldly. The group of disciples was about to attack. At that moment, a dozen disciples flew over from afar. One of them said, "Junior Sister Li Yishu, the list of nominees is about to be announced. Don't cause trouble here." "Yes, Senior Brother Wang Chun." The female disciple called Li Yishu waved her hand, and the rest of the disciples withdrew their magic power. Fatso and Lin Feng could not be bothered with these people and looked towards the stage. That guy's standing next to Fatso. He looks very familiar. At that moment, a cultivator looked at Lin Feng, who was standing next to Fatso, and revealed a puzzled expression. "Isn't that guy the new disciple who had a conflict with Suing over a year ago?" "That's right, it's him. He's also a ferocious person." At that time, he dealt with a group of core disciples alone. No wonder Fatso is so powerful. Birds of a feather flock together. That brat is so awesome, and Fatso seems to be his friend. Naturally, he's not a simple character. That brat seems to have changed into the core disciple's dark moon robe. It seems like he's already been certified as a core disciple. However, his strength is astonishing, so being certified as a core disciple isn't a big deal. Many people pointed at Lin Feng and whispered. Over a year ago, Su Ying and a group of more than 20 core disciples had besieged a new disciple. In the end, they had been unable to fight back in front of that new disciple. This incident had caused quite a stir. Now that the main character was here, everyone was naturally incomparably shocked. Dong, dong, dong. Suddenly, the sound of gongs and drums could be heard. More than 10 core disciples flew over from afar and landed on the central stage. Everyone's spirits were lifted. The two new female disciples who had entered the top 10 fairies were about to be revealed. Chapter 1769. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the ring, including those beautiful female disciples. They stared unblinkingly at the dozen or so people on the ring. The young man holding the name list on the stage was called Mo Zixiao. He was one of the holy sons of the sect. He was invited to announce the final result. It could be seen that the disciples of the sect attached great importance to the selection of the top 10 fairies. The top 10 fairies were the goddesses of countless disciples in the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Once they left the Reincarnation Immortal sect, they represented the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Beautiful women were always the topic of conversation before and after tea. It was the same in both the mortal world and the world of cultivators. In the last selection of the top 10 fairies, Junior Sister Yishu was ranked 11th. She was only one place away from becoming one of the top 10 fairies. This time, after Li Yingyu and Lu Xinran left, there will be 2 female disciples who will be selected as one of the top 10 fairies. Junior Sister Yishu, you will definitely be one of them. Yes, with Junior Sister Ishu's talent and appearance, you are not inferior to the current fairies. Junior Sister Yishu will be selected as one of the top 10 fairies. This is something that everyone hopes for. The group of disciples around Li Yishu laughed and said, "These people were not flattering Li Yishu. At least, Lin Feng did not think that they were flattering Li Yishu. This Li Yishu, no matter if it was her figure, face, or temperament, could be said to be the best. It was just that this woman's haughty expression made people feel a little disgusted." Li Yishu laughed and said, "Senior brothers, thank you for your praise. Yishu really does not deserve it. Ha! We are speaking from the bottom of our hearts." Junior sister Ishu is a fairy from the heavens. The group of people said. This group of male disciples were obviously Li Ishu's pursuers. They were so attentive. They all wanted to get close to her one day. At this time, Mo Zhixiao started to read the name list of the top 20 female disciples. Lu Xiaoxi, Wang Yuyan, Shui Lianyu, Li Ishu, Tang Yimiao, Xia Hanlin, Hua Lingxi, Li Shueshuan, Sun Weijie, Dongfang Yajing, Lin Mu'er, Zhao Lin, Millionaire Kong Manwen, Muro Mingzhen, Nalin Yuxian, Chu Mingxin, Wang Xinyu, Sun Shangxiang, Qiao Wan. The 20 female disciples who had entered the finals all revealed confident smiles. These female disciples were all stunning beauties with exceptional talent. Naturally, each of them was incomparably confident in themselves. On the other hand, the expressions of the female disciples who had failed to be selected were not very good. Many of the female disciples who had failed did not think that they were any worse than the female disciples who had been selected. However, what was done could not be undone. No matter how unwilling they had already been eliminated from the list of 20. As expected, Li Yisu made it into the list of 20. It's not strange for her to stand out. Lin Feng could not help but mutter in his heart. After the list of 20 finalists was announced, everyone could not help but feel nervous. In the end, only 2 out of the 20 were able to stand out and enter the ranks of the 10 fairies. Everyone had their own supporters. Therefore, everyone was extremely curious. Who would emerge victorious? Everyone. After more than a year of selection, the 2 junior sisters who replaced junior sister Li Yingyu and junior sister Lu Xinran were junior sister Shui Lianyue and junior sister Hua Lingxi. Mo Zhixiao did not make everyone wait for too long. Soon, he announced the names of the 2 female disciples who had emerged victorious. I actually failed to be selected. Li Yisu's beautiful face suddenly became incomparably ugly. It was as if she could not accept the results of the selection. The group of male disciples around Li Yisu opened their mouths at this moment. They did not know what to say either. Previously, they had vowed that Li Yisu would definitely be selected. Now, reality had given them a slap in the face. Could it be because of her bad character? Lin Feng thought maliciously. Although Li Yisu was beautiful, there were so many people gathered around her. She was arrogant and despotic. It could be seen that usually in the sect, she would definitely have such a high and mighty attitude. This kind of personality would naturally offend many people. She had failed to be selected. It did not seem to be a big deal. At this moment, the 2 female disciples who had made it into the 10 fairies, Shui Lianyue and Hua Lingxi, flew onto the stage. These 2 female disciples were also peerless beauties. They were so beautiful that it was suffocating. However, their temperaments were completely different. Shui Lianyue's temperament had a kind of delicate beauty. With just a glance, people would have the urge to hold her in their arms and dote on her. As for Hua Lingxi, she was like a flower fairy. She was full of spirit, and her eyes were very pure. She really was like a fairy born from a bush of flowers. She was not contaminated by the aura of the mortal world. Seeing these 2 women's temperaments, Lin Feng finally understood why the others had failed to be selected. Compared to these 2, the others' temperaments were much worse. Shui Lianyue and Hua Lingxi thanked everyone for their support. Then, they each gave a speech about being selected as one of the 10 fairies. Then, the 2 of them left with Mo Zhixiao and the others. The surrounding disciples also dispersed one after another. Many of them were discussing Shui Lianyue and Hua Lingxi, these 2 fairies. Fatso smacked his lips and said, Shui Lianyue and Hua Lingxi's temperaments are really outstanding. Now, I've made my decision. I'm going to carry them home and make them my wives. This was Fatso's dream. He wanted to carry a fairy home and make her his wife. Of course, it would be even better if he could carry a few more fairies. It was just that dreams were beautiful, but reality was cruel. These fairies were all clean and honest. It was not an easy task to carry a fairy away and make her his wife. Just as Lin Feng and Fatso were about to leave, the two of them were surrounded by Li Yishu and the others. Lin Feng said indifferently, "What? Do you really want to make a move? This damn Fatso hurt our people. Today, we will only take care of him. It has nothing to do with you, so you better not meddle in other people's business." A disciple said coldly. This person saw that Lin Feng was a core disciple. Therefore, he did not want to offend Lin Feng to the death. "Ha! Bullying my brother. You actually want me to not interfere? You think that's possible? Seeing that we are all disciples of the same sect, hurry up and leave lest you suffer physical pain. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame us for being ruthless." Lin Feng said indifferently. The faces of the group of core disciples immediately became extremely gloomy. There were more than 30 people on their side, and there were many experts. There were only 2 people on Lin Feng's side. Such a great disparity in strength. Lin Feng actually dared to threaten them. Wasn't this not putting them in his eyes? The group of people immediately became angry. "Attack! Beat this brat, and this damn Fatso half to death." A cultivator shouted coldly. Immediately, a group of people rushed towards Lin Feng and Fatso. Chapter 1770. A bunch of grandsons. Trash like you dare to fight against us brothers? Lord Fatty can kill you with just a flick of his finger. Fatso shouted arrogantly. This guy was a wolf in sheep's clothing, although he usually didn't show it. But in reality, Fatso's methods were quite powerful. There's a conflict here. They're about to fight. Many people saw the conflict and surrounded the area. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, the two sides collided. These core disciples were at least at the divine fire realm. They were powerful, and there were many of them. But in front of Lin Feng and Fatso, it was simply not enough. Everybody could see that Lin Feng and the fat guy were in the middle of the crowd. They were simply crushing them. One core disciple after another was sent flying by their punches. As the saying goes, don't expose a person's shortcomings when scolding, and don't hit a person's face when hitting. But Lin Feng and Fatso weren't like that. The two of them specialized in slapping faces. One moment left hook, right hook, one punch after another landed on the faces of the disciples. Anyone who was hit by such a powerful punch couldn't withstand it at all and was sent flying. A mouthful of teeth were smashed out as they continuously spat out blood. They fell to the ground and screamed miserably. Not long after, a group of people were lying on the ground. There were 7 or 8 cultivators who were scared out of their wits and hurriedly retreated. They looked at Lin Feng and Fatso in fear. Too savage. They actually took care of a group of core disciples as easily as killing chickens. There's no resistance at all. They're not on the same level at all. Isn't that the brat who taught Su Ying and the others a lesson a year ago? F***CK. No wonder he's so awesome. Many people in the surroundings were pointing and discussing. Fatso continued to shout, arrogantly, "A bunch of trash. If you have the ability, don't hide." Continue to exchange a few blows with Lord Fatty. This damn Fatso is simply pretending to be a pig in sheep's clothing. Many people rolled their eyes. He was wearing the uniform of an outer sect disciple, but he could crush core disciples. Offending such a person was the worst thing that could happen. The remaining cultivators had gloomy expressions on their faces, but none of them dared to step forward. "Just you wait. This isn't over yet. Li Yishu looked coldly at Lin Feng and Fatso. She left behind a ruthless sentence and then left with the group. What a pity. If this was a place with no one around, we would have just robbed this group of people. Lin Feng muttered. Hearing Lin Feng's mutterings, many people couldn't help but be speechless. Wasn't this guy too shameless? Even robbing the sect. Lin Feng and Fatso walked towards their mounts. At this moment, more than a dozen people came from afar and surrounded Lin Feng and Fatso. Look, it's Su Ying. Su Zicheng is here too. This is going to be a good show. Su Ying and the others have been looking for that brat for more than a year, and now they've finally stopped him. Even Su Zicheng has been invited out. That brat is probably going to be in trouble this time. Seeing Su Ying, Su Zicheng, and a group of people rushed over and surrounded Lin Feng. Many people started to discuss excitedly. The disciples who did not know the reason asked the people around them about the conflict between the two sides. Then many cultivators who knew the details told the people around them about the conflict that happened more than a year ago. Su Zicheng was ranked 9th out of the 70 to 80,000 core disciples. From this, it could be seen how powerful Su Zicheng's cultivation was. In the future, Su Zicheng had a high chance of becoming the Holy Son. Now that everyone saw Su Zicheng arrive, they naturally felt that Lin Feng was definitely going to be in trouble this time. Brat, you've been hiding for more than a year. Why aren't you hiding now? Today, you won't be able to escape, even if you have wings. Lin Feng curled his lips and said, When have I ever hidden from you guys? What? Are you here to look for trouble again? Are you all masochists? Uffed. Many people burst out laughing. Unless one was crazy, who would be a masochist? Su Ying's expression suddenly darkened, and she said coldly, Brat, don't be arrogant. Today you will kneel on the ground and kowtow to me for mercy. It was very common for disciples to clash with each other. Therefore, it was common to see disciples fighting each other. However, the sect had rules. Disciples were not allowed to kill each other. Su Ying wanted nothing more than to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. However, due to the sect's rules, she could not do so, so she thought about how to humiliate Lin Feng and trample on Lin Feng's dignity. Lin Feng said indifferently, You bunch of trash want to deal with me? That's right, a bunch of trash. You're not even fit to carry my brother's shoes. Fatso shouted from the side. These two guys were too arrogant. Many people began to mutter. Although the two new disciples had extraordinary cultivation, the sect was full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons, and there were many experts. However, Lin Feng and Fatso did not know how to restrain themselves. Each one was more arrogant than the other. Many people felt that these two fellows would suffer a great loss sooner or later. Among the new disciples, there are people as arrogant as you. This is the first time I've seen it. Su Zicheng's voice suddenly sounded out, incomparably cold. The temperature of the air seemed to have dropped below zero. Su Zicheng cultivated the 9 transformations frost technique, and with him as the center, the world seemed to be frozen. Arrogant? I don't think so. The principle I follow is that if people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll return it tenfold. So scram as far as you can, and don't jump around in front of this young master. Lin Feng curled his lips and said, This guy should know Su Zicheng, right? If he knew Su Zicheng, he definitely wouldn't dare to say such words. Many people whispered, asking Su Zicheng to scram? How many disciples in the sect dared to say such words? It was simply audacious, acting recklessly. Brat, you dare to be so disrespectful to senior brother Su? Do you know that senior brother Su is ranked 9th among the core disciples? A disciple next to Su Ying immediately shouted coldly. He directly revealed Su Zicheng's identity. Originally, Everyone thought that Lin Feng would have a terrified expression after knowing Su Zicheng's identity. However, Lin Feng still had an indifferent expression. So you're ranked ninth among the core disciples. But so what? In my eyes, you're still a piece of trash. Lin Feng said indifferently. Everybody was dumbstruck. They were staring at Lin Feng with their mouths wide open. Wasn't this brat too arrogant? After knowing Su Zicheng's identity, he still dared to call Su Zicheng a piece of trash. Su Zicheng had broken through to the true divinity realm a long time ago. His cultivation was unfathomable. Unfathomable. How could Su Zicheng let you off after offending him like this? Su Zicheng was so angry that his entire body trembled. Even if he indulged the Holy Son, the Holy Daughter wouldn't dare to humiliate him like this. Su Zicheng's voice was as cold as ice. Brat, what kind of genius have I, Su Zicheng, not seen before? This is the first time I've seen someone as arrogant as you. I'd like to see what kind of ability you have to be so arrogant in front of me. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Zicheng walked step by step towards Lin Feng. An icy aura filled the air, as if it wanted to freeze the entire world. Chapter 1771. Hurry up and back off. Many people cried out in horror. They couldn't withstand the cold aura emanating from Su Zicheng's body. Su Zicheng was indeed very powerful, but he still couldn't enter Lin Feng's eyes. But others didn't think so. Su Zicheng was ranked ninth among the core disciples. Su Zicheng, started cultivating at the age of 6. I entered the Void God realm at the age of 32, the Divine Fire realm at the age of 64, and the True God realm at the age of 321. Although I can't be considered a heaven-defying talent, there are only a handful of people in the sect who can surpass me in terms of talent. Who do you think you are? How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Su Zicheng's voice was cold as he looked at Lin Feng. With every step he took, the aura in his body grew stronger. Su Zicheng's strength. Everyone was shocked. Many people sighed with emotion. He was indeed a super expert, ranked ninth among the core disciples. His strength was really too strong. Lin Feng said indifferently, "What? Are you showing off your glorious history to me? I just want to tell you, the dignity of an expert, no blasphemy. Today, since we are from the same sect, I can spare you. However, you have to kneel on the ground and kowtow to me in apology. Then you have to say, I was wrong 10 times. Su Zicheng looked down at Lin Feng condescendingly. His expression was arrogant. He seemed to be the master who controlled everything, including Lin Feng's fate. It was also in Su Zicheng's hands. Many people felt their blood boil. Su Zicheng's every word was filled with a domineering aura. In everyone's eyes, Lin Feng was far inferior to Su Zicheng. Su Ying and the others were incomparably excited because they felt that their anger had been vented. If they could see Lin Feng kneel on the ground and kowtow to apologize, saying I was wrong 10 times, this would be even more satisfying than them humiliating Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced indifferently at Su Zicheng and said, "Do you know that a person like you doesn't even have the right to be my opponent? But since you don't know what's good for you, you dare to provoke me. I don't mind stepping on you and letting you know that there's always someone better than you. You can't afford to offend just anyone. This guy is not just arrogant. He's too arrogant." From the beginning to the end, Su Zicheng was nothing in his eyes. Yes, however, his strength is indeed outstanding. But compared to Su Zicheng, he seems to be quite a bit weaker. He's young and impetuous. After suffering at Su Zicheng's hands, he's learned his lesson. In the future, he'll know how to behave. Many people were discussing in low voices. It was obvious that they were not optimistic about the battle between Lin Feng and Su Zicheng. Su Zicheng's strength was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. This concept was deeply ingrained in many people's minds. It was precisely because of this. Only then did everyone feel that Lin Feng was no match for Su Zicheng. Su Zicheng's expression was indifferent as he walked towards Lin Feng. His voice was bone-chilling. "Brat, I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it. Since that's the case, then today, I'll let you know how stupid you are." Su Zicheng raised his right hand and slapped towards Lin Feng. In Su Zicheng's palm, endless cold air lingered around it, waves of gloomy and cold aura. It filled the air. It enveloped the body. Crack, crack. Even the void was beginning to freeze. Everyone saw. Even Lin Feng was frozen. Seeing this scene, many people could not help but gasp. Su Zicheng's strength was terrifying. The battle had just begun, but Lin Feng was already frozen. Did this mean that this battle was going to end soon? Su Zicheng's face was filled with an incomparably proud expression. This palm was about to hit Lin Feng's body. Bang! At that moment, the ice which sealed Lin Feng's body exploded. "Don't show off such insignificant skills in front of me." Lin Feng sneered. He raised his right hand. A palm struck towards Su Zicheng. Su Zicheng's expression darkened slightly as cold air continued to surge out from his palm. That tyrannical palm brazenly struck down. Bang! In an instant, the two sides fiercely collided. Su Zicheng's body, like a kite with a broken string, he flew backwards. How is this possible? Everyone had an expression of disbelief. Countless disciples. They roared. Everyone had an expression as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. This was really too inconceivable. Su Zicheng, such a powerful figure. In Lin Feng's hands, he actually couldn't even take a single move. How strong is that guy's cultivation? One by one, they looked at Lin Feng in shock. "Kneel." At this moment, Lin Feng coldly shouted, stepped forward, raised his right hand, and pressed towards Su Zicheng. "Brat! Impudent! I'll see if you dare." Suddenly, a threatening cold shout came from afar. Following that, a man in a long golden robe stepped forward. "It's Senior Jean Luiwei." Many people exclaimed in shock. Jean Luiwei. He was ranked first among the core disciples of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. His strength was comparable to the saints and saintesses. It was said that Jean Luiwei was about to be promoted to saint. After seeing this person, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Wasn't this guy the one who colluded with young master Huang Quan to plot against Fairy Linglong? Lin Feng didn't expect this person to appear at this moment. "What, you want to meddle in my business?" Lin Feng said indifferently. "I'm going to meddle in this matter today." Jean Luiwei looked at Lin Feng arrogantly. His words were filled with an unquestionable tone. It seemed that as long as Lin Feng dared to go against his words, in the next moment he would suffer a thunderous blow. Lin Feng sneered at Jean Luiwei. "When have I, Lin Feng, ever been threatened by others?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng slammed his palm down. Bang! A gust of wind came from the palm. It fiercely suppressed Su Zicheng's body. There was a thump. Su Zicheng's legs went soft, and he knelt on the ground. "Ah, how dare you make me kneel?" Su Zicheng's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. He was a genius ranked 9th among the core disciples. He had always been a high and mighty figure. When had he ever been humiliated like this? But today, he was actually kneeling on the ground. This kind of humiliation. It was hard for Su Zicheng to accept. He wanted nothing more than to cut Lin Feng into pieces. "Since we're from the same sect, I won't kill you. I'll punish you by making you kneel here for 3 days and 3 nights. I'll let you reflect on your mistakes." Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Then he raised his right hand. He formed a rune that directly suppressed Su Zicheng. This rune contained the power of an emperor rune. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to break it. "Brat, you're courting death." Jean Luiyue saw that Lin Feng dared to disobey his words. His expression immediately turned cold. Jean Luiyue had always been a vengeful person. At this moment, he was filled with murderous intent towards Lin Feng. He leaped into the air, and a divine mountain circled around his hand. Jean Luiyue flipped his right hand. The divine mountain flew out and instantly became 10,000 meters tall. It was like an ancient divine mountain. It was descending from the sky and moving towards Lin Feng. Chapter 1772. Jean Luiyue is making a move. Jean Luiyue's strength should be on par with the saints now, right? Can that brat still withstand Jean Luiyue's attack? Don't underestimate that brat. His strength is terrifying. It won't be easy for Jean Luiyue to defeat him. Seeing Jean Luiyue make a move, the surrounding disciples began to discuss. The immemorial sacred mountain was about to crush Lin Feng. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the depths of the mission hall. "The mission peak is not a place for you to fight. Leave now, or don't blame me for beating you until you're paralyzed." Along with this cold shout, a voice rang out. Jean Luiyue's attack was instantly shattered. Hearing this voice, many people were so frightened that their faces turned pale. The mission hall's grand elder was called Helian Zhan. He was just like his name. Helian Zhan had been a warmonger since he was young. His personality was extremely fiery. Even after becoming the mission hall's grand elder, his personality had never changed. Whoever angered this ancestor would be beaten to a pulp. If they didn't get beaten half to death, they could count themselves lucky. Many disciples had been taught a lesson by Helian Zhan. In many people's eyes, Helian Zhan was like a demon. "It's Helian Zhan, let's go!" Fatso pulled Lin Feng and shouted. The disciples in the plaza dispersed. Lin Feng and Fatso rode their soul-devouring beasts and left with Little Donkey. Little Donkey said, "Brat, I haven't seen you for a while, and your cultivation has improved. However, compared to the wise and powerful Brother Donkey, you're still far behind." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Yes, I can't be compared to Brother Donkey. I haven't seen you for a while, and you've become even more extraordinary." Little Donkey enjoyed Lin Feng's flattery and said with a smile, "Brother Donkey's brilliance can't be hidden no matter where I go. Sometimes being too outstanding is a burden." Little Donkey was also a master of disguising himself as a pig to eat a tiger, just like his master. Fatso, they were both very strong, but they usually didn't show their strength. Of course, they liked to boast about themselves the most. "Brother, let's go to Drunken Immortal Peak for a drink," Fatso said. "Drunken Immortal Peak? Where is that?" Lin Feng asked. "Hey, a place for romance," Fatso said Lin Feng's side. And where?" Fatty replied. "As long as there are men, there will be places like this." Compared to the outside world, it was more restrained. Therefore, they only sold their skills and not their bodies. No. Lin Feng and the fat guy chose a private room and ordered a group of singers. They drank and chatted. At the same time, he was admiring the beautiful dancer's graceful and moving dance. Late at night, they left. In the following period of time, the sect was very peaceful. Many of the cultivators who had returned to the sect left the sect to go out and train. During this time, Lin Feng was cultivating the archaic dragonesque elephant art. Now, he felt that the archaic dragonesque elephant art was about to break through to the third stage. Once the archaic dragonesque elephant art broke through to the third stage, Lin Feng would be able to summon the heroic spirit of the archaic dragonesque elephant. At that time, his battle strength would increase by leaps and bounds. However, breaking through to the archaic dragonesque elephant art wasn't so easy. Lin Feng tried many times, but he didn't succeed. Of course, he also knew that breaking through required luck. When the conditions were right, success would come naturally. He couldn't rush it. On this day, the Crane Boy arrived outside the barren mountain. Because it was Lord Tortoise's residence, the Crane Boy didn't dare to enter. Thus, he transmitted his voice to Lin Feng. Lin Feng went out and saw the Crane Boy. He smiled and said, "I haven't seen you for more than a year. Your cultivation has improved a lot." The Crane Boy said happily, "Senior brother, I'm very powerful now. I can already transform." The Crane Boy's body flickered. In the next moment, he turned into a 5 or 6-year-old child. He looked like he was carved from jade and was extremely cute. After transforming into his human form, the Crane Boy jumped around. Obviously, he liked his current body. The White Jade Crane clan's bloodline was powerful, so they took a long time to transform. Now, the Crane Boy had cultivated to the 10th stage of the Void God realm before he successfully transformed. From this, it could be seen that the cultivators of this clan would have great achievements in the future. Lin Feng asked, "Why are you looking for me today?" The Crane Boy said, "My sister wants to thank Senior Brother for saving me back then." Clearly, the Crane Boy was talking about the incident that happened more than a year ago. At that time, Suing had used the demon lashing whip to whip the Crane Boy. If not for Lin Feng, the Crane Boy would have been beaten half to death by Suing. Lin Feng nodded and went to see his sister with the Crane Boy. The Crane Boy's sister was known as Fairy He. She wore a snow-white dress and had an elegant appearance. Although she couldn't be considered extremely beautiful, she was still a rare beauty. Said He Shinzi, thanking Lin Feng. Lin Feng said that he and the Crane Boy were fated to be together. That was why he asked Fairy He not to be so polite. After leaving the immortal Crane Peak, in the distance, Lin Feng saw 9 fire godly birds pulling a bronze carriage towards him. It's Fairy Dancing Flame. Many people cried out in surprise. I heard that Fairy Dancing Flame has been searching for a secret trove. She left the sect for more than a year. Now that she's back, could it be that she has found clues to the secret trove? A few disciples whispered to each other. At that moment, the bronze carriage stopped in midair. Fairy Dancing Flame's voice came from the carriage. "Junior brother Lin, long time no see. How have you been?" Lin Feng said with a smile. "Not good. I haven't seen you for more than a year. I've missed you so much that I can't eat or drink. My spirit is dispirited. Damn, who's this kid? How dare he tease Fairy Dancing Flame?" "It's Lin Feng. That's Lord Tortoise's disciple, the guy who defeated Su Zicheng in one move a few days ago. So it's him. But this kid is too daring. Even a holy son would become a target for everyone if he dared to tease Fairy Dancing Flame. Moreover, this kid isn't even a holy son." Many cultivators were glaring at Lin Feng furiously. Fairy Dancing Flame was a goddess in many people's hearts. Lin Feng dared flirt with Dancing Fire Celestial Maiden. How could they tolerate that? He, junior brother, you really know how to make people happy," Fairy Dancing Flame said with a smile. After pausing for a moment, she continued, "The agreement from more than a year ago is still valid. Let's meet today. Be there or be square." Lin Feng smiled. "All right, I'll be there on time. I still have some urgent matters to attend to. Let's meet again tonight." Fairy Dancing Flame said. 9 flaming divine birds then pulled the bronze carriage away. Many people looked at each other in dismay. Had Fairy Dancing Flame invited Lin Feng just now? Could it be that there was something going on between Lin Feng and Dancing Fire? When they thought of this, many people looked at Lin Feng with envy and jealousy, said Lin Feng helplessly when he sensed that everybody wanted to kill him. Everybody, don't look at me like that. Celestial Wu took the initiative to pursue me. I couldn't do anything about it. I'm so handsome. Everybody loves me. Flowers bloom when they see me. Are you showing off to us? Would Dancing Fire Fairy take a fancy to you? You really know how to flatter yourself. Beat him until half his body is paralyzed. Let's see if he can still keep the appointment. Many people shouted, and a dense crowd of disciples pounced on Lin Feng. When he saw the dense crowd of disciples, Lin Feng was so scared that his hands trembled. Today, he finally knew the status of the 10 fairies among the disciples. Lin Feng estimated that anyone who dared to covet the 10 fairies would become the public enemy of all the male disciples. He didn't dare to stay, so he turned around and fled. Chapter 1773. The myriad immortal peak towered into the sky. There were all kinds of exotic flowers and herbs growing here. It was like spring all year round. Fragrances assailed his nostrils. Many disciples liked to come here to enjoy the flowers in their free time. Of course, there were also some couples who liked to come here for a rendezvous. The moonlight was bright. Lin Feng was walking on top of the myriad immortal peak. Not long after, Dancing Flame Fairy arrived. She was as beautiful as ever. This woman, she had a peerless appearance. Every time Lin Feng saw Wu, he was stunned by her peerless beauty. It's Dancing Flame Fairy. Many people cried out in surprise. No matter where Dancing Flame Fairy went, she would become the center of attention. Who is that kid? He's actually waiting for Dancing Flame Fairy, Dancing Flame Fairy, and that kid are having a rendezvous at the myriad immortal peak. Many male disciples were spitting fire from their eyes. Dancing Flame Fairy, Dancing Flame Fairy. I'm still standing here. Do you only have eyes for Dancing Flame Fairy? We're done here. The female disciples glared at their male companions angrily. Many male disciples hurriedly apologized, but the female disciples ignored them. They turned around and left. Of course, Lin Feng didn't pay attention to the quarreling couples. His attention was on Dancing Flame Fairy, the moonlight, the fragrance of flowers, and the peerless beauty of Dancing Flame Fairy. Lin Feng couldn't help but praise. There are beauties in the immortal sect, peerless and independent. A single glance could topple a city, and a second glance could topple a country. Would you rather topple a city or a country? It's hard to find another beauty. Dancing Flame Fairy giggled and said, Junior brother, I don't know how many girls you've deceived with these words. Lin Feng smiled. Senior sister, you've misunderstood me. I'm speaking the truth. I'm not deceiving you at all. Dancing Flame Fairy said, Thank you for your praise, junior brother. She paused for a moment, then continued, The outside world has heard that you followed a few ancestors to the Holy Land to cultivate. Why are you still in the immortal sect? You've even been accepted as a disciple by Lord Tortoise. Those ancestors shouldn't have agreed to let you take Lord Tortoise as your master, right? Lord Tortoise's reputation in the immortal sect was notorious. Of course, there was a reason for this. When Lord Tortoise was young, he flirted with the saintess of the Taishang immortal sect and was hunted down by the Taishang immortal sect. Naturally, the higher-ups of the reincarnation immortal sect were unwilling to take Lord Turtle in. However, Master Tortoise seemed to have a token on him. As a result, the reincarnation immortal sect had no choice but to protect Lord Turtle. Because of this, the relationship between the reincarnation celestial sect and the supreme celestial sect was strained. Secondly, after this master tortoise joined the sect, he didn't change his flirtatious nature. When he had nothing to do, he would flirt with the female disciples of the sect. Therefore, his reputation was not very good. Later on, when he got older, he restrained himself a little. Then, Lord Turtle began to take in disciples. This guy specifically selected monstrous geniuses who were extremely heaven-defying. Master Tortoise snatched away a few disciples with heaven-defying talents. However, those disciples died one after another. This caused the upper echelons of the sect to feel extremely pained. Later on, the higher-ups of the immortal sect found out that it was because of the 8-9 arcane art. However, Lord Tortoise was now very powerful, so no one dared to provoke him. The higher-ups of the immortal sect could only turn a blind eye. He had lived until now. Lord Turtle could be considered an elder of the immortal sect. In front of Lord Turtle, many of the upper echelons of the immortal sect were also juniors. Right now, the upper echelons of the immortal sect did not expect Lord Turtle to make any great contributions to the immortal sect. They only hoped that Lord Turtle would not harm the disciples of the immortal sect in the future. But a heaven-defying monster had appeared in the immortal sect, but he was snatched away by Lord Turtle to become his disciple. The group of patriarchs was powerless to reverse the situation. Many people were so angry that they blew their noses and glared at him. However, this matter could only be left unsettled. Naturally, the upper echelons did not say anything about this matter. They also wanted to save face. Lin Feng said with a wry smile, "It's a long story. It's all tears." Dancing Flame Fairy said, "This Lord Turtle is a very strong person. However, you still have to be careful when following him. Don't forget the lessons of the past." Lin Feng looked touched and said, "I didn't expect Senior Sister to be so concerned about my safety. Could it be that Senior Sister has already given her heart to me?" Dancing Flame Fairy said, with a smile, "Yes, I won't marry anyone other than Junior Brother." Lin Feng said with a smile, "Then tomorrow I can ask my cheap master to propose marriage to your master. We'll set a wedding date as soon as possible." Dancing Flame Fairy said with a smile, "If you're not afraid of being kicked out, then go ahead." Lin Feng was naturally just joking with Dancing Flame Fairy. It wasn't a bad thing to tease this top-quality beauty. The two of them walked side by side on the myriad Immortals Peak, attracting the attention of many people. The male disciples looked at Lin Feng with anger, envy, and jealousy. The female disciples looked at Lin Feng with curiosity. They wanted to see what kind of man could walk together with Dancing Flame Fairy. This time, I'm looking for Junior Brother. I want to invite Junior Brother to a secret territory. Dancing Flame Fairy said, "Oh, secret territory?" Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. "This secret territory is in the underground world, a kingdom of demons. It's extremely dangerous." Dancing Flame Fairy said, "The underground world of 9 prefectures was inhabited by the primordial demons and primordial demons. They were the most ancient demons and demons in history, and they were exceptionally powerful. The immortal sects were not willing to clash with them." "What kind of secret territory is this?" Lin Feng asked. "Rumor has it that it's related to the Sacred Battle Ape." Dancing Flame Fairy said, "Sacred Battle Ape?" Lin Feng was shocked. Sacred Battle Ape, the greatest existence in the history of the Stone Tribe. A stone ape born from the heavens and earth. Later, he had successfully transformed. His battle prowess had increased. He could be said to have defied the heavens. Rumor had it that the Sacred Battle Ape had forged a heaven-defying treasure called the Rui Jingu Bang. The Sacred Battle Ape had once used the Rui Jingu Bang to smash an immortal to death. Of course, After all, these were just myths and legends. Whether they were true or not, it was too long ago. There was no way to verify it. But one thing was for sure, the sacred battle ape was definitely one of the strongest stone tribe in history. His battle prowess was heaven-defying, and he had the most powerful inheritance and treasures. When do we depart? Lin Feng asked. This trip will be extremely dangerous. I'm still waiting for my fellow sect members to arrive. Dancing Flame Fairy said. Lin Feng nodded. He chatted with Dancing Flame Fairy for more than 2 hours on the Myriad Immortals Peak before they parted ways. Lin Feng returned to the barren mountain. For the next half a month, Lin Feng cultivated bitterly. He tried to break through to the 3rd level of the archaic dragonesque elephant technique, but he failed several times. Lin Feng felt that he was still lacking some opportunities. Time passed quickly, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Lin Feng received an invitation from Dancing Flame Fairy. He headed to Dancing Flame Fairy's Phoenix Immortal Palace. Dancing Flame Fairy's background was frightening. She was the successor of the Phoenix tribe. She had the most powerful Phoenix divine blood. Rumor had it that Dancing Flame Fairy had the ability to be immortal. Even if she was killed, she could also undergo Phoenix Nirvana and be reborn. Chapter 1774. The Phoenix Immortal Palace was built by the Dancing Flame Fairy. The saints and saintesses of the Reincarnation Immortal sect could build their own palaces. Core disciples did not have this privilege. When Lin Feng arrived at the Phoenix Immortal Palace, someone welcomed Lin Feng into the main hall. At this moment, apart from the Dancing Flame Fairy, there were 2 other people in the hall. They were 2 beautiful women that Lin Feng had seen before. They were Fairy Lingyun and Fairy Lianyue. Back then, when Lin Feng had taken the exam of the sect, Lingyun had shown up. Fairy Lianyue had just been selected as one of the top 10 fairies. Fairy Lingyun said, I just returned from outside and heard from Junior Sister Dancing Flame that an unexpected person would arrive. I didn't expect it to be you, Junior Brother. I didn't expect Junior Brother to still be in the sect. Lin Feng could not help but smile bitterly. It seemed that every disciple who had seen him ascend the sacred ancestor mountain were extremely surprised to see him still in the sect instead of following the ancestors to the sacred ancestor mountain to cultivate. Junior Sister Lianyue has been outside all this time, so you might not know Junior Brother Lin Feng. Junior Sister Lianyue should have heard of the genius that appeared in our sect 3 years ago. He caused the heaven and earth anomaly, blew the great law conch, and rang the heaven and earth bell. That disciple is Junior Brother Lin. Dancing Flame Fairy introduced. Fairy Lianyue was very surprised, but then she smiled sweetly and said, That's right, Junior Brother. I've heard a lot about you. Seeing you today, Junior Martial Brother is indeed a dragon among men. Lin Feng smiled and said, I've also admired Senior Sister for a long time. When we have time, we can discuss Tao in private and have an in-depth exchange. Dancing Flame Fairy and Fairy Lingyun had long known that Lin Feng liked to tease beautiful girls when he had nothing to do. They were high and mighty goddesses in the eyes of others. However, in front of Lin Feng, they were just targets for Lin Feng to tease. Therefore, they did not find it strange. Fairy Lianyue faintly smiled and said, Junior Brother, it's good that you want to discuss your Tao in private. When the time comes, you can contact a few more fellow disciples and discuss it together. Fairy Lianyue was clearly a woman with a pure heart. With just a few words, she resolved Lin Feng's teasing. Lin Feng smiled and said, That's good. When the time comes, it'll be best if all 10 fairies come. If the disciples of the sect find out that junior brother Lin wants to exchange Taoist techniques with the 10 fairies in private, I'm afraid he'll immediately become a target for everyone. A thunderous voice came from outside. Then a tall and sturdy man walked in. Fairy Dancing Flame smiled and said, "This is senior brother Lei Gan." Lei Qian was one of the sex saints. His strength was also unfathomable. However, Lei Gan's appearance was simply too crude. No matter how high his cultivation was, he could not be considered one of the 4 young masters. Not only were the 4 princes' cultivations high, but they were also handsome. "So it's senior brother Lei. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you." Lin Feng smiled and cupped his fists. "I've always wanted to meet you, junior brother. Today, I finally get to meet you, junior brother Lin." Lei Gan grinned. The saints of the reincarnation immortal sect were rather united. This was not without reason. When the battlefield of the gods opened, they would enter together and fight side by side. Lin Feng had yet to become a saint. However, in Lei Gan's opinion, Lin Feng's status was the same as that of a saint. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Senior brother Lei, you're too courteous. I also regret that I didn't meet you sooner." "Ha! It seems that everyone has arrived." At that moment, laughter came from outside. 2 cultivators walked in. Young Master Chiu Feng and young Master Hans Han walked in. They were 2 of the 4 princes. They were both very strong. Fairy Dancing Flame introduced them. The one on the left is young Master Chiu Feng. The one on the right is young Master Hans Han. This is junior brother Lin Feng. "Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you." Both sides cupped their fists. At that moment, another cultivator walked in. Young Master Ming Wei. Lin Feng had seen this person before. Duga Di Tian had once chased after young Master Ming Wei. Fairy Dancing Flame introduced Lin Feng to young Master Ming Wei. Naturally, both sides exchanged greetings. "Everyone, now that everyone is here, I'll share the information I know with everyone," Fairy Dancing Flame said. At this time, everyone looked at Dancing Fire Fairy. This secret territory is located at the border between the Primordial Devil Nation and the Primordial Demon Nation. I left the Immortal Sect to determine its location. I have an ancient talisman here that can open the secret territory. With this ancient talisman, we can open the entrance to the secret territory and enter it. However, the secret territory is very dangerous. Once we enter, I'm afraid we'll encounter countless dangers. At that time, we must work together to overcome these difficulties," Fairy Dancing Flame said. Everyone nodded. Fairy Dancing Flame continued, "There's one more thing. I suspect that there might be more than one jade talisman that can open the secret territory. Apart from us, there might be others who will enter, so we must be very careful. Sometimes cultivators are more dangerous than the various dangers in the secret territory." Both sides chatted for about 2 hours. Then, the group went to the drunken Immortal Peak for a small gathering. 3 of the 4 young masters came. 3 of the 10 great fairies were fairies. In addition, there was a senior holy son like Lei Gan. This group naturally attracted the attention of countless people. Many disciples heard the news and came to watch. "Who's that kid? What qualifications does he have to walk together with the 3 young masters, the 3 fairies, and Holy Son Lei Gan?" Soon, someone noticed Lin Feng, and for a moment discussions broke out everywhere. "Isn't that Lord Tortoise's disciple, Lin Feng? He's Lin Feng? The guy who defeated Su Zicheng in one move?" "That's right, it's him. He's actually on good terms with a group of holy sons and holy daughters. It seems that his strength has gained the approval of a group of holy sons and holy daughters. Don't you think that he looks like the guy who climbed the sacred ancestor mountain 3 years ago? The heaven-defying genius who climbed the sacred ancestor mountain? Shouldn't that guy be cultivating in the sacred land right now? Yeah, that's why I can't be sure. Maybe they just look alike. They might not be the same person. Many people were discussing Lin Feng's identity. He's the cultivator who climbed the sacred ancestor mountain. I was in the same batch as him, so I can't be wrong. A cultivator said aloud. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Many people were extremely shocked. They finally understood why Lin Feng was so terrifying at such a young age. It turned out that he was the heaven-defying genius who had caused the phenomenon of heaven and earth and had the potential to become an immortal. It was completely possible for such a genius to be able to crush opponents who were much stronger than him. Chapter 1775. The Holy State was one of the 9 prefectures and was located in the south of the northern barbarian state. This prefecture was vast and boundless, with vast lands and abundant resources. It was twice the size of the northern barbarian state and was rich in resources. The power structure of the Holy State was extremely complicated. There were countless forces of various sizes. However, the most prominent force was the 10,000 Arts sect, one of the top 10 celestial sects. The 10,000 Arts sect had a long history and was filled with experts. It was a giant in the Holy State. There was a huge canyon at the border between the Holy State and the northern barbarian state. It was one of the 9 tunnels that led to the underground world in the 9 prefectures. Lin Feng and the group of 8 had arrived at Chongli City, which was about 100,000 miles southeast of the underground canyon. Chongli City was a famous ancient city. It covered an area of 17,000 miles and was the southernmost ancient city in the northern barbarian state. The first thing they saw after entering Chongli City was a huge square. In the middle of the square stood a statue of a god that was 1,000 meters tall. Countless cultivators poured into the square and knelt down to pray to the statue. This is... Lin Feng's eyelids twitched when he saw the huge statue. That's the statue of the Scarlet Emperor. Young Master Han said. When he said the word Scarlet Emperor, his tone was filled with respect. The Scarlet Emperor was called Zhurong and was the ancestor of the human race. The story of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had a long history. It was not a fictional story. It was real. In the past, the human race was in danger. It was the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors who led the human race through countless dangers and difficulties to survive in the worst environment. In the end, the human race survived. The contributions of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors to the human race could not be erased. Even though countless years had passed, the human race had never forgotten the merits of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Chongli City was built by the Scarlet Emperor. It was said that the Scarlet Emperor was not called Zhurong, but Chongli. Later on, he changed his name to Zhurong. Fairy Wu said. Lin Feng nodded. At the same time, he was very emotional. When he was in the Tianwu continent, he had only heard of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Now, he was in the ancient city that the Scarlet Emperor had built and lived in. Furthermore, he even saw the statue of the Scarlet Emperor. Looking at the Scarlet Emperor's statue in the distance, Lin Feng could not help but feel a surge of hot blood in his heart. It was as if he could see the scenes of the Scarlet Emperor leading the human race and overcoming all obstacles to survive. That period of time was turbulent. However, that period of time was destined to be remembered forever. During that period of time, countless races were wiped out. If it weren't for the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, would the human race have been wiped out during that period of time? Prince Mingyue continued. After the Scarlet Emperor fell, his descendants split into 8 clans, which were also known as the Scarlet Emperor's 8 tribes. The 8 tribes of the Crimson Emperor have chosen new surnames for their race. They are Jiji, Dong, Peng, Baldi Bai, Chow, Bu, and Bai. In the past, the Crimson Emperor's 8 tribes were also extremely prosperous. However, as time passed, the Crimson Emperor's 8 tribes were drowned out by history. Now, it seems that only the Chow clan is left. Fairy Ling Yun said, "The Chow clan is in control of Zhongli City. However, I heard from the grapevine that the 8 tribes of the Crimson Emperor still have 1 or 2 descendants. However, it is impossible to verify whether this rumor is true." Lin Feng and the rest walked towards the square. Since they had arrived at Zhongli City, they naturally had to kneel down and worship the Scarlet Emperor. It was rumored that the Scarlet Emperor had a spirit. Those who knelt down and worshipped the Scarlet Emperor could be cured of diseases and disasters. Those who were lucky could even receive the Scarlet Emperor's blessings. Thus, countless people would come to the square to worship the Scarlet Emperor. Lin Feng and the rest arrived at the square. Then, they each took out a praying mat and placed it on the ground, kneeling down and worshipping the Scarlet Emperor. When Lin Feng knelt down and worshipped the Scarlet Emperor, Lin Feng suddenly felt that the Scarlet Emperor Fire Dragon Fist that he cultivated was quickly circulating in his body. This gave him a huge shock. The Scarlet Emperor Fire Dragon Fist was a 5 elements divine ability created by the 5 emperors and the true dragon Great Emperor. It was a fire attribute divine ability recorded in the 5 emperors' dragon fist. It was rumored this 5 emperors' dragon fist was based on the 5 elements Great Tao. Then it was created by infusing the supreme will of the 5 emperors and the true dragon Great Emperor. At this moment, the Scarlet Emperor Fire Dragon Fist started circulating on its own. While Lin Feng was shocked, it also gave him a strange idea. Could it be that the Scarlet Emperor's will in the Scarlet Emperor Fire Dragon Fist sensed the Scarlet Emperor's will in the statue and started circulating on its own? Just at this moment, Lin Feng sensed a monstrous strength descending from the sky. It entered his body. Blessings? The Scarlet Emperor has bestowed blessings? He was shocked. The surrounding cultivators and commoners who were kneeling down and worshipping the Scarlet Emperor saw a divine light descending from the sky and entering Lin Feng's body. Many people started to kneel down and pray to the Scarlet Emperor even more sincerely. At this moment, Lin Feng, his eyes were closed. His dantian was undergoing a shocking change. The Scarlet Emperor Fire Dragon Fist that Lin Feng was cultivating had condensed into a divine ability array. Now, the energy that was entering Lin Feng's body, it was all absorbed by the divine ability array. The energy turned into runes. These runes were constantly perfecting the array. The divine ability array condensed by the Scarlet Emperor Fire Dragon Fist had broken through from the perfection stage to the perfection stage. After this divine ability reached the perfection stage, a large amount of information was transmitted to Lin Feng. Great Fire Elemental Art, the 3,000 great Daos of the fire element of the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Incantation. Heartless facing the sky. Qi circulating in the dantian, spirit sea opening, Qi returning to yang. When Lin Feng sensed these contents, his face lit up with joy. When the 5 Emperor Dragon Fist was cultivated to the perfection stage, it transformed into the Great 5 Elements art. Before this, Lin Feng had only successfully cultivated the Yellow Emperor Divine Dragon Fist, the Earth Element Divine Ability, out of the 5 divine abilities contained in the 5 Emperor Dragon Fist. Therefore, before the Great 5 Elements art, Lin Feng had only mastered the Earth Elemental Great Earth Elemental art. Now, after kowtowing to the statue of the Scarlet Emperor, he had obtained the blessing of the Scarlet Emperor Fire Dragon Fist. This was the second great Tao of the 5 elements that Lin Feng had mastered. Rumor has it that The great five elements art has a crucial role in becoming an emperor. In order to become a great emperor, one must first cultivate the great five elements art, sense the power of the five elements great Tao, and then communicate with the five elements great Tao. With the five elements great Tao, one can improve one's cultivation and break through the great emperor realm in one fell swoop. Now, I have obtained the great fire elemental art and the great earth elemental art of the five elements great Tao. I am still 3 great Taos away from obtaining the complete 5 elements great Tao, but I can't rush it. I hope that in the future, I can cultivate the other 3 divine abilities to the perfection stage as soon as possible. This way, I can transform the other 3 great Taos. In this way, I can form the complete great 5 elements art. At that time, I will have a chance to become an emperor. Lin Feng couldn't help but think in his heart. He bowed to the statue of the Scarlet Emperor 9 times in a row. Then he got up and left with Dancing Flame Fairy and the others. Not long after Lin Feng and the others left, another group of people entered Zhongli City. This group of people was also an expert of the younger generation. Each of them had a strong aura, especially the leader, who was surrounded by an Emperor Qi. It was like the reincarnation of an ancient saint emperor. Chapter 1776, Dugadi Tian. He was one of the 3 supreme holy sons of the supreme immortal sect. His strength far surpassed ordinary holy sons. His cultivation base was unfathomable. Not only was he powerful, but he was also powerful. He was also domineering. There were many experts gathered around him as well. After they entered Zhongli City, one of the supreme immortal sect's holy sons looked at the Scarlet Emperor's statue and said, "Zhongli City, it's the ancient city where the Scarlet Emperor, the founder of the human race, lived. Now that the Scarlet Emperor's statue is right in front of us, let's pay our respects to it." Dugadi Tian said indifferently, "There's no god or demon in my heart. I won't kneel to anyone. In the future, I'm destined to trample on the Scarlet Emperor. Not even the Scarlet Emperor has the right to make me kneel to him." As soon as he finished speaking, Dugadi Tian walked into the distance. The others could only smile bitterly. Seeing that Dugadi Tian had left, they did not kneel to the Scarlet Emperor. Instead, they followed him into Zhongli City. After Lin Feng and the others entered Zhongli City, they looked for a place to stay. There were many high-end inns in Zhongli City. There were many courtyards in the huge mansion. The environment was also very elegant. Lin Feng and the others rented 2 courtyards next to each other. One of the courtyards was occupied by Fairy Huo Wu, Fairy Ling Yun, and Fairy Lian Yu. The other courtyard was occupied by Lin Feng, Lei Gan, Young Master Ming Yu, Young Master Qiu Feng, and Young Master Hans Han. After resting for a while, the group went out to find a good restaurant to have a meal. While they were eating in the restaurant, they heard many people talking about the arrival of the full moon. Many people seemed to be afraid of talking about it, so they did not talk about it too much. Lin Feng was puzzled. It was the night of the full moon. What was so special about it? Unexpectedly, those cultivators all had secretive expressions on their faces. Lin Feng asked, "Will something special happen on the night of the full moon?" Fairy Lian, you said, "Rumor has it that the Scarlet Emperor built Chong Li City to suppress something." "Oh, there's such a rumor?" Lin Feng was slightly surprised. Fairy Lian Yuan nodded and continued, "Every 1,000 years, the moon, the sun, and the 9 prefectures' world will be at the same level. And today, it is a full moon night. However, because the 3 stars were in a straight line, the moon on this day was very strange. The bright moon would be nibbled away, and endless darkness would envelop the land. At this time, the thing that was suppressed in the rumor would struggle to break free from the seal. They want to break out of the city. Chongli City? Is it really suppressing something? Lin Feng was shocked and couldn't help but ask. I don't know. We've only heard of it before, but we've never experienced it. Fairy Lin Yue said. Lin Feng said, looks like the night of the full moon is coming soon. The others nodded. They decided to stay in Zhongli City for the time being, because the night of the full moon had arrived. The world might undergo a drastic change. Outside, they hurried towards the underground canyon. It really wasn't safe. It would be safer to stay in Chongli City. After dinner, they returned to their residence and gathered together to drink. Lin Feng looked at the bright moon and said, the full moon is waxing and waning. It's still a little bit away from the full moon. Looks like tomorrow night will be the night of the full moon. Young Master Chiu Feng said with a smile, will something evil and terrifying really happen when the full moon descends? This was something that everyone was both looking forward to and worried about. If the legends were true, then there was a terrifying thing suppressed under Chongli City. Something was suppressed under Chongli City. What was it? The next day, the descendants of Emperor Qi, the Chao clan, announced that there would be a curfew that night. An ancient city like Chongli City. Usually, the city would be brightly lit at night, and it would be extraordinarily lively. Something like a curfew would only happen once every 1,000 years. It was to deal with the night of the full moon. It was said that something evil would happen in Chongli City on the night of the full moon. The gates of hell would open, and 100 ghosts would wander at night. At that time, all living beings would have to leave. In the afternoon, the cultivators of the Chao clan began to implement the curfew. Some cultivators patrolled the streets. If anyone still dared to wander outside, they would all be locked up in the prison. Therefore, no one dared to stay outside at this time. When the sun was about to set, even the cultivators of the Chao clan left one after another. The originally lively Chongli City. Suddenly, it became deserted. The entire ancient city seemed to have become empty. Lin Feng and the others sat in the courtyard, drinking wine while waiting for night to fall. The sun had just set. The sky instantly darkened. Lin Feng frowned slightly and said, it's really strange. Even if the sky is getting darker, it shouldn't be so dark in an instant. The others nodded solemnly. The situation in front of them was indeed very strange, and it made everyone feel uneasy. Endless darkness. It covered the sky, the entire world. It was as if it was covered by darkness. Chongli City. It became a lonely city. It was a very creepy scene. On the horizon, in all directions, there was rolling black fog everywhere. It covered the sky and the sun. It quickly surged in the direction of Chongli City. It was as if it wanted to devour Chongli City. No matter who saw this scene, they would be shocked. Roar! A low roar resounded in the sky. It was unknown what kind of terrifying creature had let out such a roar. When they heard this roar, countless people in Chongli City trembled from the depths of their souls. It seems like tonight will be even more chaotic than the rumors say. Lin Feng frowned slightly. At the same time, in Chongli City, huge gates of hell opened one after another. They were densely packed with evil spirits. They rushed out of the gates and wandered on the streets. 100 ghosts walk in the night, and evil beasts appear. If there's really something terrifying suppressed under Chongli City, that thing, once it comes out, it'll probably cause chaos. Young Master Mingwei said, solemnly. Fairy Lin Yue said, do you think it's possible that it's suppressing a creature? It can't be, right? The era of the Scarlet Emperor was too long ago. Even the immortals of that era can't live until now, right? Lin Feng said, there are always things in the world that break our understanding. Fairy Lin Yue said, Everyone knew what Fairy Lianue was trying to say. If Fairy Lianue's guess was true, there was a creature suppressed under Chongli City. That was too terrifying. What kind of creature had been suppressed for so many years? It was still alive. Just thinking about it made everyone's hair stand on end. Chapter 1777. Darkness shrouded the land, and evil spirits reappeared in the world. It was as if they wanted to break free from the shackles of heaven and earth. They would regain their freedom. Heaven and earth. They were about to be devoured by darkness. In the ancient city where 100 ghosts roamed, a few cultivators who didn't listen to orders to come out for a stroll saw the evil ghosts floating in the streets and alleys. They were so scared that their bodies trembled. Some of them screamed in fear and rushed into the distance. They hoped to escape back to their homes. He, he, he. The evil spirits laughed. The evil spirit let out a sinister voice. It was so eerie and terrifying that people couldn't help but feel their hair stand on end. The cultivators, wandering outside, could not escape the fate of death. When the evil spirits pounced on them, no one was able to escape. Everyone had their flesh and blood devoured by the evil spirits. Mournful screams echoed in the empty streets. Many people who were hiding could not help but turn pale when they heard the mournful screams. These people who wandered outside died, too miserably. In the end, they turned into evil spirits and floated in the streets of the ancient city. It seems that some people did not know their place. They left their homes and were eaten by the evil spirits. Fairy Lianue said. Fairy Lingyun said. Perhaps they were confident in their own strength, but the result was beyond their expectations. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly said, "Listen, there seems to be a sound coming from outside the city." Everyone listened carefully. Soon, everyone heard it. Clang, clang. It sounded like chains clanging against each other. It came from all directions. Bang, bang, bang. Not long after, Chongli City was hit. It seemed that some terrifying creature was trying to break through the gates of Chongli City and enter the city from the outside. If Chongli City was not surrounded by powerful restrictions, perhaps it was those terrifying creatures in the darkness. They had already broken through the city gates and killed their way into Chongli City. For many cultivators who had experienced the attack of the creatures of darkness for the first time, they were terrified. Naturally, they were filled with fear. What was happening in front of them was too terrifying. I slept for 1,000 years only to wake up today. The day of the eclipse of the moon. The day of my master's return. Faintly, Lin Feng heard another voice. It was muffled, and he could not hear it clearly. "Did you hear another voice?" Lin Feng asked. "I heard the roars of beasts and the clanging of chains, but nothing else." Young Master Han said, "Me too." I only heard those two voices. The rest of the people expressed their opinions one after another, but Lin Feng heard a third voice, although it was very vague. But he was sure that he had heard it. "Junior brother Lin, did you hear something else?" Fairy Dancing Fire looked at Lin Feng. "I have slept for 1,000 years, only to awaken today, on the day of the eclipse of the moon, when my master returns." Lin Feng nodded, and then said the vague voice he heard. That voice only sounded once before it fell silent. He really suppressed a living being. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, their hearts filled with deep shock. What was this creature that was being suppressed? That was a living being suppressed by the Scarlet Emperor. It was rumored that the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were existences capable of killing sentient life forms. It was obvious. The Scarlet Emperor's strength had long surpassed Fan Tao's Emperor realm. The being he had suppressed in the past. Was it a sentient life form? This was all conjecture. After so many years, a lot of the truth had been buried by history. Latecomers were destined to never know the truth. Bang, bang, bang. The attacks of the creatures of darkness were getting stronger and stronger. They kept attacking Chongli City, trying to break through the city's defenses. Chongli City's defenses were trembling violently. It was as if they were about to be destroyed. Those creatures of darkness outside should be the subordinates of that unknown being, right? Fairy Lingyun frowned slightly, feeling that things were too strange. Many years had passed since the era of the Scarlet Emperor. He had allowed the suppressed being to use some unknown method to survive until now. However, its subordinates should have died long ago. However, the subordinates of the unknown being were still alive. They had slept for 1,000 years. They had woken up today, all for the sake of saving their master. Young Master Mingyu frowned. It's already unbelievable that the suppressed being could survive from the era of the Scarlet Emperor. So many of its subordinates can't even reach its level of cultivation. How could they survive until now? It's not realistic. Lin Feng said, "Curse, the power of the curse. It can allow them to live until now, but they have to pay a heavy price for it." Curse, everyone's voice suddenly trembled. This was a word that no one was willing to mention. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, the attacks of the creatures of darkness outside were getting stronger. Chongli City actually started to shake. Even the houses started to shake violently. Kacha! Kacha! Soon after, cracks appeared on the city's defenses. This caused countless people to be shocked. If the ancient city's defenses were destroyed, wouldn't the creatures of darkness outside be coming in? When that happened, would blood flow like a river? For countless years, these creatures of darkness have been attacking Chongli City. The defenses of Chongli City are constantly weakening. As time passes, the defenses of the city will weaken as well. Sooner or later, the city's defenses will no longer be able to withstand the attacks of the creatures of darkness. Young Master Chiu Feng said solemnly. Everyone nodded. They felt that things were getting troublesome. They were already prepared for a battle. When the creatures of darkness entered the city, then they would no longer be able to stay in Chongli City. When that time came, they could only break out. Only then could they survive. Just as the city's defenses were about to crack, lines of emperor inscriptions suddenly appeared. They were like divine dragons, reinforcing the broken defenses. The broken defenses were finally stabilized. The creatures of darkness were infuriated. They started to attack even more ferociously. At the same time, under Chongli City, there was an endless amount of black smoke. This is Lin Feng and the others looked at the ground in horror. Black gas kept surging out from the ground. Rumble! Rumble! Soon after, the city started to shake. Bang! After that, under Chongli City, something terrifying seemed to be attacking the city. It wanted to destroy Chongli City. It's that terrifying creature that was suppressed. Fairy Dancing Flame said with a trembling voice. It was a terrifying scene. Under Chongli City, the unknown creature that was suppressed. Now, it was cooperating with the creatures of darkness outside the city to attack Chongli City. Kacha! Kacha! The ground! It began to crack. Houses collapsed one by one. This is bad. This terrifying creature has awakened, said Lin Feng. His hair stood on end. Boom! The courtyard they were in collapsed instantly. The group of people rushed out of the courtyard. Just as they rushed out of the courtyard, the densely packed evil spirits had already pounced on them, completely drowning the 8 of them. Chapter 1778. Great Mercy, Infinite Mahanada. Lin Feng's voice rumbled like thunder when he saw the swarm of evil spirits charging at him. Endless Buddhist light shot into the sky from within his body. He had cultivated the great karma technique of Buddhism and was the nemesis of evil spirits. Now, it was as if he had transformed into an ancient Buddha. His hand covered the sky, and the Buddhist light was boundless. Endless Buddhist light surged out. When the densely packed evil spirits came into contact with the Buddha's light, their bodies immediately turned into ashes. Ha 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 ha, amazing! Really amazing! Junior brother Lin also has a deep understanding of the Buddhist divine powers. Old Lei is very impressed. Lei Qian exclaimed. He was a battle maniac. Now that he saw the swarm of evil spirits charging at him, Lei Qian took out a treasure. It was a giant hammer. It was called Thor's hammer. The giant hammer was surrounded by endless lightning. The hammer smashed out. Endless thunderbolts condensed and formed. The evil spirits were enveloped by the lightning and instantly exploded, vanishing into thin air. My Thor's hammer is a treasure made by imitating the primordial treasure of the immemorial thunder god. The material is exactly the same as the one made by the immemorial thunder god, but its power is not as strong as the immemorial thunder god's hammer. Lei Qian said aloud, "The immemorial thunder god's hammer." This was a famous treasure of the immemorial era. The immemorial thunder god had once challenged the strongest of the immemorial era, the immemorial dragonesque elephant. Although he was defeated by the immemorial dragonesque elephant, he only lost by one move. The immemorial thunder god had probably reached the Emperor realm at that time. Therefore, the immemorial thunder god's hammer should be a powerful emperor weapon. Many cultivators liked to imitate ancient weapons to create their own weapons. However, this was not something that could be casually faked. It was like imitating the immemorial thunder god's hammer. If it was just an imitation of the appearance, it was naturally very simple. However, if it was just an imitation of the appearance, the weapon created would not be very powerful. But the thunder god's hammer that Lei Qian imitated was different. First of all, the material was exactly the same as the immemorial thunder god's hammer. Second, Lei Qian obtained the craftsmanship of the immemorial thunder god's hammer. Lei Qian was created according to the method of the hammer of the ancient thunder god. Even though Lei Gan's Mjolnir was only a replica, Lei Gan's Mjolnir was the real deal. But because of the material, the workmanship was exactly the same as the hammer of the thunder god. That was why it was so powerful. This was Lei Gan's natal magic treasure. If one day Lei Gan became a great emperor, in that case, the lightning god's hammer that he had forged would also become an imperial armament. When the time comes, it was hard to say that his weapon was an imitation. After all, at that time, the power of this replica was no less than that of the real hammer of the thunder god. After Lei Qian took out his Dharma treasure, the rest of the people also took out their own Dharma treasures. The group of people charged out. Because a large number of houses had collapsed, many people had no choice but to rush out from their hiding places onto the streets. As such, the war was inevitable. As the wraiths and cultivators fought, many wraiths were killed by the cultivators, but many cultivators were also devoured by the wraiths. As for the ordinary people, their fates were more tragic. He didn't even have the ability to resist before he was devoured by the evil ghost. Rumble, rumble, crack, 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 crack. The earth was still trembling violently. At the same time, it was also cracking. Roar. Suddenly, a low roar came from the depths of the earth. Wah! Many people were shocked by the sudden roar and vomited blood. Powerful people like Lin Feng and the others. Their faces were as pale as paper. Oh my God, are we really going to break free? Lin Feng and the others looked into the depths. Their scalps went numb. The dark creatures outside the ancient city seemed to have sensed the situation inside the ancient city. Therefore, Those dark creatures became extremely excited and crazy. They kept attacking Zhongli City. What is that? Suddenly, someone shouted and pointed to the depths of Zhongli City. Many people looked in that direction. In the depths of Zhongli City, the earth collapsed. In the endless darkness, there seemed to be something. It was as if it was about to emerge from the collapsed earth. But the black fog covered the sky. No one could see clearly what was in the black fog. This caused everyone to be aghast. The thing that was suppressed in Zhongli City was about to break free. This was going to be a disaster, right? Hundreds of millions of years of suppression. It is difficult to destroy my immortal body. Red Emperor, you are dead, turned into dust, but I am about to break free. You worked so hard to suppress me, but it is going to be in vain. When I come out, I want the sky to be dyed red with blood. The mysterious existence let out a series of sinister voices. He was making a final struggle. He wanted to break free. He wanted to see the light of day again. Countless people were shocked. If that existence broke free, who would be able to survive? When the time came, everyone would die in Zhongli City, right? Just as everyone's hearts were trembling. Suddenly, an ancient voice resounded in the ancient city. All struggles are but a pipe dream. Rumble. Then the huge statue of Red Emperor in the square of Zhongli City started to move. Whoosh, whoosh. Two dazzling eyes opened. It was as if it had illuminated the pitch-black night sky. Endless divine power surged out and wrapped around the Red Emperor statue. Rumble, rumble. The ground was shaking. The Red Emperor statue walked towards the depths of Zhongli City. The Red Emperor has appeared. Countless people shouted loudly, tears of excitement filling their eyes. When they were on the verge of despair, the Red Emperor had appeared. The fallen Red Emperor is still guarding Zhongli City. Lin Feng muttered to himself. His heart was filled with shock. Was the Red Emperor's indestructible while controlling this statue to guard Zhongli City for generations? The Scarlet Emperor's statue entered the black fog and engaged in a fierce battle with the unknown terrifying creature. Red Emperor, you... Impossible. The unknown existence let out an incredulous voice. Why is this happening? He roared angrily. Bang, bang, bang. The Red Emperor statue attacked. Punch after punch flew towards the unknown creature. That unknown and terrifying being was unable to break free in the first place. Now, it was attacked by the Red Emperor statue. It was directly smashed into the ground of Zhongli City by the Red Emperor statue. No, I can't accept this. The unknown existence let out an angry roar. But there was no turning back. The Scarlet Emperor's statue directly sealed the unknown creature. Finally, the Red Emperor statue returned to the square where it was originally and stood there. It closed its eyes. The divine light was restrained. It became the same as before. It was unmoving. The densely packed creatures of darkness outside retreated like the tide. Chapter 1779. It's daybreak. Lin Feng muttered as he looked at the white light rising from the horizon. The darkness dispersed. Daybreak arrived. This night was not peaceful at all. Countless people rushed to the plaza and kowtowed to the Scarlet Emperor's statue. The Scarlet Emperor's will is indestructible, as expected of the ancestor of the human race. Even in death, the remnant of his will is still protecting the safety of the human race. Prince Ming, you muttered to himself. Yes, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors have been protecting the human race since their deaths. Fairy Ling, Yun sighed. Lin Feng and the others came to the plaza and looked at the Scarlet Emperor's statue. They were filled with admiration. It was a kind of respect that came from the depths of their souls. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were the ancestors of the human race. Many times, just thinking of their names was enough to make people respect them. Lin Feng and the others stayed in Chongli City for 5 days. Before leaving, they went to the Scarlet Emperor's statue to pay their respects. Then, they left Chongli City. Those creatures of darkness, where are they sleeping? Lin Feng frowned and asked. When the endless darkness shrouded them, the creatures of darkness came from afar. When the darkness dispersed, they disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng couldn't help but be curious. Where did they go? Maybe it's a mysterious world, or maybe it's an unknown space. Fairy Ling Yun said. The others nodded. That was indeed a possibility. However, they wouldn't have to worry about the creatures of darkness for 1,000 years. The next time they appeared, 1,000 years later, it was a new cycle. The group didn't stop at all. They quickly went to the underground valley. Half a month later, they saw rolling black fog in the depths of the ancient forest. It covered the sky. It was quiet within 100 li. There wasn't a single living creature. The place where the black fog covers the sky is where the underground valley is. Lei Gan said, I remember that senior brother Lei entered the underground valley 10 years ago. Young Master Ming, you said. Lei Qian nodded and said, at that time, the ancient devils of the primitive devil kingdom had built a devil sovereign sacrificial altar in order to open the passage to the devil world and allow the great emperor of the devil world to descend to the 9 continents. Therefore, many experts entered the primitive devil kingdom to destroy this matter. I also participated in this battle. After a bloody battle, I finally destroyed the devil's sovereign sacrificial altar. Although Lei Gan said it casually, everyone knew that it must have been extremely dangerous back then. One had to know that the primitive devil nation was filled with experts. The primitive devil race was even more terrifying than the heavenly devil race. They were also much older than sky fiends. Rumor had it that the heavenly demons and earth demons were actually slaves created by the primitive demons. However, as time passed, the heavenly demons and earth demons became more and more powerful. Eventually, they broke free from the control of the primitive demon race. Lin Feng and the others sped up and soon arrived at the underground canyon. At a glance, the underground canyon was vast and boundless. It was extremely huge. Black fog gushed out from the depths of the canyon. Waves of cold aura spread out, causing one's hair to stand on end. Lin Feng and the others stood outside the underground canyon and looked into the depths. Lei Gan said, everyone be careful. There are ancient demonic corpses floating in the canyon. I don't know where those demonic corpses came from. When we enter later, we must be careful. We must not alarm the demonic corpses. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Everyone nodded and was about to enter the underground canyon. Suddenly, more than 10 streaks of light flew over from afar. They were as fast as lightning. They landed. Ha 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 ha. So it's you? Loud laughter rang out. Dugadi Tian had his hands behind his back. He had the aura of swallowing mountains and rivers as he coldly glanced at Lin Feng and the others. People from the supreme immortal sect. Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. He didn't know the others. However, he knew Dugadi Tian. It was obvious that this was an expert from the supreme immortal sect led by Dugadi Tian. This Dugadi Tian could be said to be incomparably arrogant. Dugadi Tian had chased Mingyu all the way to the reincarnation ancient forest to kill him. He didn't take the reincarnation immortal sect seriously at all. The others frowned when they saw Dugadi Tian and the others. The relationship between the reincarnation immortal sect and the supreme immortal sect had always been bad. Both sides had always been fighting openly and covertly. Let's go, Fairy Wu said. She didn't want to have a conflict with the people from the Supreme Immortal Sect. Moreover, there were only 8 people from the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. There were 17 people from the Supreme Immortal Sect. The difference in numbers was too great. Did I say that you can leave? Dugadi Tian said coldly. Swoosh, swoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, the disciples from the Supreme Immortal Sect beside him rushed out and surrounded Lin Feng and the others. What's the meaning of this? Legon said coldly. Dugadi Tian ignored Legon. Instead, he looked at Mingyu and said indifferently, Situ Mingyu, if the patriarch of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect didn't save you last time, you would have died. You'd have died by my hands. We meet again. Today is the day you die. If you kill yourself, I won't make things difficult for the others from the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. If you don't know what's good for you, all of you will die here today. Dugadi Tian was extremely arrogant. The 8 people from the Reincarnation Immortal Sect were all top experts. However, they didn't seem to be worthy of Dugadi Tian's attention. There are many people who want to kill us. Who do you think you are? Lin Feng pursed his lips. Uffed. Fairy Huowu, Fairy Lingyun, and Fairy Lian you couldn't help but laugh. Even Mingyu, Hans Han, Qiufeng, and Legon couldn't help but laugh. Lin Feng was still in the mood to tease Dugadi Tian in such a dangerous situation. What an optimistic person. Dugadi Tian's expression darkened. He looked coldly at Lin Feng and said disdainfully, Someone like you can only talk. Trash, like you don't even have the right to die at my hands. Lin Feng had thought that he was arrogant enough. He hadn't expected Dugadi Tian to be even more arrogant than him. He had actually been looked down upon by Dugadi Tian. Who doesn't know how to talk big? We'll only know after we fight. The most frightening thing is to brag for so long only to be trampled to death. Lin Feng pursed his lips. Since you want to die so much, I can fulfill your wish. I'll trample you to death like an ant. Dugadi Tian stepped forward. Lin Feng sneered. Fearless. He wanted to test the level of his current combat strength. At that moment, Mingyu said, Junior brother Lin, let me fight this battle. Lin Feng looked at Mingyu. He could see the determination in his eyes. Lin Feng thought back to when Mingyu had been chased by Dugadi Tian. It was obvious that Mingyu was also angry. Lin Feng nodded and took 3 steps back. Mr. Mingyu walked towards Dugadi Tian and said coldly, Last time you chased after me while I was injured. Now that I have recovered, I would like to have a taste of your celestial emperor mighty body. Chapter 1780. Do you think you're qualified to make me use the celestial emperor tyrannical body? Dugadi Tian looked at young Master Mingyu with disdain. This person's arrogance seemed to emanate from his bones. One had to know that back then, the prodigy role, young Master Mingyu was ranked 5th on the prodigy roll. As for Dugadi Tian, he was ranked 19th. Dugadi Tian actually looked down on young Master Mingyu. It was obvious how arrogant he was. Of course, some people might say Dugadi Tian was only 27 years old when he participated in the prodigy role. Now, more than 700 years had passed. Dugadi Tian should have caught up to young Master Mingyu a long time ago. However, the truth was young Master Mingyu was also very young when he participated in the prodigy role. Young Master Mingyu was 60 years old. That was 60 years of lifespan. Although he was slightly older than Dugadi Tian, his ranking was higher than Dugadi Tian's. From this, one could see that young Master Mingyu was also a heaven-defying existence. Compared to Dugadi Tian's arrogance, young Master Mingyu was much more low-key. Am I qualified to make you use the celestial emperor tyrannical body? You'll only know after we fight. Young Master Mingyu said calmly. He was not angry because of Dugu Diqian's disdain. He seemed to have always been calm and collected. Young Master Mingyu stepped forward and waved his right hand. Swoosh! Cold light flashed. A bright crescent moon formed. The crescent moon was like a blade as it quickly slashed towards Dugu Diqian. Crescent slash, Fairy Lingyun said softly. Crescent slash was one of young Master Mingyu's ultimate techniques. Once it was used, it could split the sky and the universe. Humph, you're far from enough. Dugu Diqian sneered. Facing young Master Mingyu's crescent slash, he threw a punch. Celestial Emperor Fist. Dugu Diqian's voice was cold as a powerful aura emanated from his body. It vaguely felt like a great emperor was releasing his emperor's might. This was a terrifying ability that Dugu Diqian possessed. This kind of powerful aura was something that existed since birth. Every time he attacked, his body would automatically release this powerful aura to intimidate others. Many people hadn't even fought with Dugu Diqian yet. However, he was already suppressed by the aura that Dugu Diqian exuded. Unable to resist, he was instantly killed by Dugu Diqian. He was able to resist the terrifying aura emitted from Dugu Diqian's body. However, their battle prowess would often be greatly affected. Lin Feng frowned slightly and said, "It's very domineering." However, the domineering aura needs to be released in order to display the true might of the domineering aura. However, the aura emitted from Dugudi's body is not released. How strange. This is the terrifying part of the Celestial Emperor's mighty body, Lei Qian said in a deep voice. Celestial Emperor's domineering aura. You already have a terrifying aura that can intimidate others. If you cultivate your Qi aura and combine it with your Qi aura, you will be almost invincible. Lin Feng nodded. He looked at the battlefield. Bang! A dull sound of collision was heard as the two sides collided violently. At the moment of collision, within young Master Mingyu's body, a full moon flew out. When young Master Mingyu used the crescent/sacred art to deal with Dugu Diqian, he had already thought of what to do next. That full moon instantly suppressed Dugu Diqian. At such a close distance, Dugu Diqian wanted to completely dodge young Master Mingyu's attack. It was completely impossible. Therefore, he had no choice but to throw a punch at the moon that was suppressing him. With a loud bang, Dugu Diqian was forced to retreat. This Dugu Diqian was indeed powerful. However, this person was too arrogant and did not place young Master Mingyu in his eyes. This time, he suffered a small loss. After forcing Dugu Diqian back, the moon continued to fly towards Dugu Diqian. Then, it descended from the sky. It charged towards Dugu Diqian. Dugu Diqian said indifferently, "I've underestimated you. Now, you already have the qualifications to be my opponent." Although this person had suffered a small loss, he still didn't change his arrogant nature. When the bright moon suppressed him, Dugu Diqian waved his right hand. An axe light condensed. This axe light was like the axe light condensed from Panga's axe when he split the heavens and earth. Puff! This attack. It instantly tore apart the bright moon. However, young Master Mingyu's attacks were endless. "I came from the middle of the moon. I am the god of the moon." Young Master Mingyu walked over. The entire world. It instantly turned into a starry sky world. In this starry sky world, stars were densely packed. Young Master Mingyu walked out from a bright moon. He wore a moon robe made of intertwined moonlight. Moonlight lingered around his body. At this moment, young Master Mingyu seemed to have transformed into the god of the moon. Senior brother Mingyu's physique is the moon god body. Now that senior brother Mingyu has used the moon god body, His battle strength has instantly increased to the peak. I wonder if he can suppress or even heavily injure Dugu D. Tian. Fire Dance said, "What a powerful moon god body, as expected of the fifth, ranked on the heaven's chosen list. This senior brother Ming Yu's cultivation is truly unfathomable." Lin Feng was secretly shocked. He could feel the power of young Master Ming Yu's moon god body. No matter how powerful Duga Di Tian was against young Master Ming Yu's moon god body, he would definitely feel a headache. Duga Di Tian's expression suddenly darkened. Young Master Ming Yu's moon god body did indeed make him feel threatened. Duga Di Tian did not dare to hesitate. He activated his bloodline and began to activate the Celestial Emperor tyrannical body. When the Celestial Emperor tyrannical body was activated, the sound of the great Tao resonating resounded through the clouds. Dugu Di Tian's body was surrounded by an emperor's aura. It was as if the Celestial Emperor had descended to the world. This Celestial Emperor tyrannical body, it was definitely an extremely domineering physique. It made Lin Feng feel a sense of horror. Myriad worlds. I am the ruler. Celestial Emperor tyrannical body. Who dares to compete with me? Duga Di Tian's voice was cold as he stepped forward. Bang! The moon god body and the Celestial Emperor tyrannical body collided fiercely. Crack! Crack! With the two of them at the center of the collision. The surrounding void, it directly cracked open. Immediately after, the cracked void spread in all directions. It kept collapsing. Lin Feng and the others had no choice but to quickly retreat. This was because the void within 10 miles of the center of the battle had instantly collapsed. It was impossible to stand firm. The group of experts from the Supreme Immortal Sect also quickly retreated. They were afraid that they would be swallowed by the space-time reversal. After the collision, young Master Mingyu and Duga Di Tian both retreated. Your moon god body has already been cultivated to the 9th level, but it can only contend against the 6th level of my Celestial Emperor tyrannical body. My Celestial Emperor tyrannical body doesn't need to be cultivated to the 9th level. As long as it is cultivated to the 7th level, killing you will be like slaughtering a dog. Duga Di Tian was still extremely arrogant as he looked at young Master Mingyu with contempt. Chapter 1781. Young Master Mingyu's expression remained calm. Physique is only one aspect of cultivation. However, it's not everything about cultivation. You treat your physique as everything. Just this point alone is enough for you to fall to the bottom. Duga Di Tian's expression sank. He sneered and said, "Do you think you can use these words to disturb my heart? What a joke. My Celestial Emperor tyrannical body. Invincible. Once I reach the peak of the 9th stage, I'll be invincible. I'll spare you today. Once my Celestial Emperor tyrannical body improves, I'll kill you." After saying that, Duga Di Tian didn't stay any longer. He quickly rushed into the underground valley. Uffed! When Duga Di Tian entered the underground valley, he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Junior brother Dugu, are you all right?" The disciples of the Supreme Immortal Sect were shocked. They hadn't expected Dugu Di Tian to be injured. After all these years, Duga Di Tian had never been injured. It was no wonder that Dugu Di Tian didn't choose to leave instead of continuing to fight with the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. If they continued fighting, both sides would definitely be injured. Duga Di Tian said, "I'm fine. Don't worry." He narrowed his eyes and said, "I didn't expect the moon goddess to be so strong. Even I was injured. However, Situ Mingyue's injuries should be more serious than mine. We can't stay here for long. Let's go." Swoosh! The group of people from the Supreme Immortal Sect quickly left. outside the underground valley, pfft, young Master Mingwe spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone's expression changed. They looked at young Master Mingwe worriedly. My internal organs were injured. Luckily, it wasn't too serious. I'll be able to recover quickly. Dugu Di Tian's internal organs were also injured by me. That's why he chose to leave. He doesn't want to force us into a dead end while he's injured. There will be too many uncertainties if we do that. Young Master Mingwe said. Fairy Lien, you said, Dugu Di Tian should be in a hurry to recover. Let's quickly find a place for Senior Brother Mingwe to recover. Lin Feng said, I think we should find a place in the forest nearby. Everyone nodded in agreement. The underground world was too dangerous. Therefore, it was safer for him to recuperate on the surface. The group found a nearby valley. Young Master Mingyu was recuperating in the valley while the others were waiting. One day later, young Master Mingyu's injuries had completely recovered. Then they set off and entered the Great Rift Valley. Black fog rolled. A gloomy and cold aura filled the air. Soon after, Lin Feng saw a demonic corpse in an abyss. He was floating in the air with his eyes closed. No one knew how many years he had been dead, but his body was still immortal, and his aura was still very terrifying. Lin Feng quickly retracted his gaze. He already knew that there was a mysterious demonic corpse in the abyss leading to the underground world. Therefore, he didn't find it strange when he saw it now. After flying for about 100,000 meters, they finally arrived at the underground world. They had just landed. Poisonous insects covered the sky and covered the earth. This poisonous bug was the size of a wash basin. It looked a little like a zombie, but it had a scorpion's tail. At the end of the tail, there were sharp barbs. The barbs shone with a blue luster. Obviously, it contained a deadly poison. This huge poisonous bug also had extremely sharp fangs. The bug's teeth also contained a deadly poison. As long as one was bitten, they would probably lose half their life. Lin Feng immediately took out the regal sword tomb. Four swords flew out and began to kill the poisonous bugs that were pouncing on them. As for the others, they also took out their own magic treasures to deal with these poisonous bugs. However, there were too many poisonous bugs. They were innumerable. It was impossible to kill them all. Lin Feng and the others worked together to tear a path through the swarm. They rushed out of the poisonous bugs' encirclement. Then, they quickly rushed into the depths. The swarm of bugs chased after them. However, they were shaken off by Lin Feng and the others after more than 50 miles. At this time, the group heaved a sigh of relief. After a short rest, they quickly headed in the direction of the secret realm. At this time, Lin Feng said, Do you think those people from the Supreme Immortal Sect are also here for the Sacred Battle Apes' secret realm? Dancing Fire Fairy said, It's indeed possible. After all, there's more than one jade talisman to enter the secret realm. Looks like we need to speed up. Everyone nodded. They sped up. Along the way, they also saw many cultivators roaming about in the underground world. Although the underground world was the territory of the primitive devil kingdom and the primordial demon kingdom, this place was filled with danger. If one was not careful, they could die. However, the underground world was rich in resources, and there were more treasures than the surface world. There were also many treasures that the surface world did not have. There were also many ancient cultivators' cave abodes. As the saying goes, people die for wealth and birds die for food. Therefore, many people took risks and entered the underground world to search for treasures, ancient cultivators' cave abodes, and other opportunities. Some people died tragically in the underground world. However, there were also people who obtained great opportunities. 10 days later, Lin Feng and the others arrived at the location of the sacred battle ape's secret realm that Dancing Fire Fairy had mentioned. This is... Lin Feng looked at the terrain in front of him and was shocked. In front of him was a huge mountain range. Upon closer inspection, it looked like a huge Tao Tai with its bloody mouth wide open. In front of the mountain range was a lake. This made Lin Feng think of a very ominous terrain. This terrain was called the Tao Tai devouring the sun. Is there something wrong? Dancing Fire Fairy and the others looked at Lin Feng. They did not know much about feng shui. Look at that mountain range. Doesn't it look like a Tao Tai? Lin Feng pointed at the mountain range in front of him and said. Everyone looked carefully and could not help but nod. It was indeed very similar. When the dragon vein meets water, it is called the true dragon spitting pearl. This place is the best burial ground. A Tao Tai is the son of a dragon. It is ferocious by nature and can eat billions of living beings in one bite. It is a kind of evil beast. When a Tao Tai meets water, it is a great omen. The feng shui theory calls this terrain the Tao Tai devouring the sun. This kind of burial ground is very dangerous. I reckon that some extremely terrifying things might appear in the sacred battle ape's burial ground. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone's expressions could not help but become incomparably solemn. Fairy Lian Yue said, "We don't want to obtain the greatest fortuitous opportunity. As long as we can obtain a portion of the fortuitous opportunities in the sacred battle ape's secret realm, we will leave quickly. Otherwise, we will be buried in this ominous land. Only by knowing when to advance and when to retreat can we live longer." Young Master Chiu Feng said. They naturally understood this principle. They had made a decision. They also knew what to do next. The group entered the lake. They stopped at the center of the lake. Dancing Fire Fairy took out a jade talisman. Then she chanted an incantation. Suddenly, a black ray of light shot out from the jade talisman. The black ray of light pierced through the void. A loud rumbling sound could be heard. A black hole appeared. The black hole directly swallowed Lin Feng and the others. Then, the black hole disappeared without a trace. Chapter 1782. With a flash of light, Lin Feng and the others found themselves in another world. It was a dark, ancient forest, a cold and gloomy aura. The ground was littered with corpses. It was like a path leading to the netherworld, and it made them feel uneasy. Lin Feng and the others traveled through the forest, but they did not see any beasts. It was eerily quiet. However, they did not let down their guard. He had been carefully observing his surroundings the entire time. This place, who knew when a terrifying thing would suddenly jump out? If they weren't careful, it was very likely that they would die. There are so many corpses here. When did they start piling up here? Fairy Ling Yun frowned slightly as she looked at the corpses on the ground. It's been a long time. Many of the bones have been eroded, but since this is the sacred battle ape secret realm, something unknown must have happened here. Lei Qian said. Lin Feng asked, "How did this sacred battle ape die? Are there any records?" Everyone shook their heads. The era of the sacred battle ape was too long ago, and many people only had a superficial understanding of the sacred battle ape. Fairy Lian Yue said, "I've heard a story about the sacred battle ape. However, I don't know if it's true or not." "Oh, let's hear it." Everyone could not help but be interested. The sacred battle ape was born and nurtured by heaven and earth. Ever since he was born, he had already jumped out of the 3 realms and the 5 elements. Later on, he visited an immortal mountain and cultivated under Bodhi Daoist. He learned many amazing abilities and became the lord of all demons. Back then, the sacred battle ape had many experts by his side, and even the 7 sages of the demon race came to join him. The celestial realm saw that the sacred battle ape had matured and was worried that the demon race would grow stronger if this continued. Hence, they thought of a way to recruit the sacred battle ape to the celestial realm and conferred him the title of horse protector to restrain him. How could the Lord of all demons suffer such humiliation? Hence, he returned to the demon realm. When the celestial realm saw that the sacred battle ape refused to be disciplined, they sent an army to wage war against the demon realm. The sacred battle ape, he must have died in that battle. The celestial world is a higher world than the 3,000 great worlds. The animal world is one of the 3,000 great worlds. The celestial world and the animal world are 2 completely different worlds. Even a strong cultivator, like the battle saint ape, wants to go to the celestial world. It's said that the celestial world is the ruler of all worlds. Lin Feng said, "The heaven realm is still too far away from us." Young Master Hans Han waved the folding fan in his hand. Everyone nodded. The most important thing now was to live in the present. Underworld weapon. Suddenly, Dancing Flame Fairy cried out in alarm. Patrolling netherworld soldiers appeared in front of them, emitting a cold and terrifying aura. These were the soldiers of the underworld, and now they had actually appeared here. The netherworld soldiers were patrolling. Could it be that they were guarding something? Lin Feng and the others hid to avoid the netherworld soldiers. Nether soldiers were immortal beings. Once they were alerted, that would cause a lot of trouble. Wherever there was an underworld weapon, it was very likely that there was a passageway to the underworld. After they avoided the netherworld soldiers, they continued to head deeper into the forest. The deeper they went, the more netherworld soldiers there were. Miserable screams came from afar. There was a battle over there. Dozens of cultivators were fighting with the netherworld soldiers. They were killed by the netherworld soldiers. Then, those netherworld soldiers actually devoured the flesh and soul essence of dozens of cultivators. In the blink of an eye, dozens of cultivators turned into dried corpses. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. The cultivators who came to the battle's sacred ape mystic realm were definitely experts. They were actually killed by these netherworld soldiers so easily. The strangest thing was that these netherworld soldiers actually devoured their flesh and soul essence. Lin Feng originally thought that the netherworld soldiers didn't eat. Only now did he know that the netherworld soldiers also ate, and what they ate was the flesh and soul essence of cultivators. After the group of netherworld soldiers left, Lin Feng and the others continued to carefully head deeper into the forest. But not long after, they were also discovered by the netherworld soldiers. A group of netherworld soldiers pounced on them. Great mercy! Infinite Mah! Lin Feng's palm was surrounded by endless Buddhist light. Then, he slapped the body of a netherworld soldier. The netherworld soldiers were evil spirits. The divine abilities of Buddhism restrained evil spirits. But what Lin Feng didn't expect was that when his palm landed on the netherworld soldier's body, dense runes actually appeared on the surface of the netherworld soldier's body. These were the runes of the netherworld. They were abnormally powerful. They neutralized his attack. Then, the netherworld soldier attacked Lin Feng with a palm strike. Bang! A muffled sound was heard. Lin Feng was directly sent flying. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones cracking could be heard. His chest caved in. One had to know that Lin Feng's current physical body was at the peak of the heavenly god realm. Moreover, he had dermic powers protecting his body just now. He actually couldn't block the attack of the netherworld soldier. The attack of this netherworld soldier was really too terrifying. It was no wonder those cultivators died, in the hands of the Netherworld soldier. They didn't die in vain. Lin Feng hurriedly circulated his immortal divine body to heal his injuries. At the same time, he took out the 9 demons painting and sent the Netherworld soldier flying. These Netherworld soldiers are too terrifying. They can't be killed at all. We have to leave quickly. Otherwise, we will be surrounded by the Netherworld soldiers and die. Fairy Dancing Flame said with a serious expression. In the process of fighting with the Netherworld soldier, she was also suppressed. The rest of the people were in similar situations. In the distance, groups of Netherworld soldiers were rushing over from all directions. Follow me and activate the 9 demons painting. Let's rush out. Lin Feng said in a deep voice, hearing Lin Feng's words. Everyone was shocked. Everyone looked at the remnant map floating above Lin Feng's head. They originally thought that this remnant map was just an ordinary treasure. They didn't expect it to be a supreme treasure like the 9 demons painting. The group quickly gathered around Lin Feng and activated the 9 demons painting together. Powerful dermic powers poured into the 9 demons painting. The 9 demons painting released its emperor's aura. Demonic light surged out and enveloped Lin Feng and the others. Then, they controlled the 9 demons painting to crash into the surrounding Netherworld soldiers. Bang, 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 along with a series of dull collision sounds. The Netherworld soldiers blocking the way. All of them were sent flying. Lin Feng and the others quickly rushed into the depths of the painting. But at this moment, a distorted vortex appeared in the void. In the vortex, there was a pitch-black door. Now, the door opened. A powerful suction force surged out and enveloped Lin Feng and the others. Break! Lin Feng roared. The 9 demons painting shook and scattered all the suction force. But at this moment, a huge pitch-black hand that blotted out the sky. It stretched out from behind the demon door. Lowly creatures trespassing into the place guarded by the Netherworld soldiers. You will fall forever. A cold voice was heard. They felt a strong aura of death emitting from behind the huge pitch-black door. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. He shouted in a deep voice, "That's the passage to the underworld. This existence must be an expert of the underworld. Everyone, fight it out. Otherwise, I'm afraid we will die without a doubt." Chapter 1783. The Underworld. The place where the dead went. The underworld. Lin Feng had always kept it a secret. This place, it was too terrifying. It was a place that many people didn't want to talk about. But now, Lin Feng and the others were facing the attack of the underworld expert. This existence was much stronger than those underworld soldiers. Dancing Flame Fairy and the others naturally understood the current situation. It could be said to be extremely dangerous. If they were careless, it was very likely that he would die here. Therefore, everyone didn't hold back at all. Powerful magic power continuously poured into the 9 demons painting. Under everyone's joint efforts, the power of the 9 demons painting continued to increase. But Lin Feng felt that it was still not enough. This expert from the underworld was too powerful. Therefore, he had to increase the power of the 9 demons painting as much as possible. The more powerful the 9 demons painting was, only then would they have more confidence in dealing with the underworld creature. Lin Feng took out the Heavenly God liquid. The Heavenly God liquid could activate the power of the Emperor weapon. After he poured 20 drops of the Heavenly God liquid into the 9 demons painting, the power of the 9 demons painting, it increased crazily again. Waves of destructive fluctuations surged out from the 9 demons painting. Then, the 9 demons painting quickly collided with the big hand. Bang! the nine demons painting and the big hand collided fiercely. It was as if two ancient mountains had collided. The earth shook and the mountains shook. Lin Feng and the others were blown away by the terrifying shock waves. Wah! Lin Feng and the others vomited blood. This creature from the underworld was too powerful. It could actually shake the Emperor weapon, the Nine Demons painting. This is the Nine Demons painting of the Heavenly Devil clan. Suppress it. The voice of the creature from the underworld was indifferent. He recognized the Nine Demons painting. Now, he wanted to take it for himself. The huge palm suddenly flipped over in the void. Suddenly, the shadow of an ancient demon mountain condensed. It suppressed the Nine Demons painting. The Nine Demons painting wanted to soar into the sky, but it was suppressed and couldn't move an inch. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. Collect! After which, that gigantic hand directly grabbed towards the Nine Devil portrait, wanting to forcibly take away Lin Feng's Nine Devil portrait. Fire Phoenix sword. Come out. Release your divine might. Right at this moment, Dancing Flame, Fairy shouted in a tender voice. Then she brought out a sword. The sword transformed into a fiery phoenix in midair. The fire phoenix instantly spewed out flames that covered the sky, enveloping the hand of the underworld master. The flames burned fiercely. The netherworld expert sneered. Even heavenly fire can't hurt me, let alone a mere phoenix demonic fire. The netherworld realm expert's hand, which was originally aimed at the Nine Demons painting, was now aimed at the fire phoenix. At this time, the fire phoenix suddenly turned into a sword. Fairy Dancing Fire's flaming phoenix sword was really mysterious and unpredictable. It could actually change at will. After a while, a fire phoenix appeared. A moment later, the treasured sword. After turning into a sword, the flaming phoenix sword slashed out 1,000-foot-long swordlight, slashing towards the netherworld realm expert's hand. Lin Feng seized the opportunity while the flaming phoenix sword was holding back the netherworld realm expert. He controlled the Nine Demons painting to shatter the netherworld realm expert's suppression. Let's deal with him together. Lei Qian shouted loudly. He took out the Thor's hammer and swung it towards the netherworld realm expert's hand. Young Master Mingyue, young Master Hans Han, young Master Qiufeng, Fairy Lingyun, Fairy Lianyue. They also took out their magic treasures. They attacked the netherworld realm expert's hand. So many magic treasures attacked the netherworld realm expert's hand together. In addition, there was the Nine Demons painting. Lin Feng's combat power had reached its peak. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of collisions, pooh, a tearing sound was heard. The Nine Demons painting grasped a rare opportunity. It directly broke through the netherworld realm expert's defense. A wound appeared on the netherworld realm expert's arm. Lowly ants, you actually injured me. All of you, go to hell. The netherworld realm expert's angry roar shook the sky. The huge hand directly enveloped all the magic treasures and then grabbed them. The power of this attack was even more powerful. All of the magic treasures had been sealed. It was difficult to break free. The situation was very bad. Once these magic treasures were collected by the netherworld realm expert, at that time, Lin Feng and the others would be in danger. It was a critical moment. Young Master Hans Han gritted his teeth and took out a jade talisman. Immediately after, immortal light gushed out from the jade talisman. All the immortal light. It condensed together. It turned into a dazzling sword energy. Then, it slashed towards the netherworld realm expert's hand. The netherworld realm expert felt the power of the sword energy, and his expression suddenly changed. The sword energy actually threatened him. This made the Netherworld realm expert have no choice but to resist the sword energy. Obviously, the Jade Talisman just now was young Master Hanshan's trump card. Such a treasure was a one-time consumable. Therefore, young Master Hanshan would not use it unless it was a last resort. But the situation just now was very dangerous. Therefore, young Master Hanshan hesitated for a moment and took out the Jade Talisman. "Let's go," young Master Hanshan said in a deep voice. He quickly took back his magic treasures and rushed into the distance. Lin Feng and the others naturally did not dare to hesitate. They took back their magic treasures one after another. They rushed into the distance. In a moment, they had disappeared without a trace. After the Netherworld realm expert broke the sword energy, he let out a burst of angry roars. Lin Feng and the others left. He was extremely unwilling. But now, what was done could not be undone. There was no way to reverse the situation. Lin Feng and the others rushed out dozens of miles before they rushed into the gloomy ancient forest. It's really dangerous. Fortunately, there were no casualties this time. Dancing Flame Fairy said with lingering fear, if it weren't for their methods and treasures. At the critical moment, young Master Hanshan took out a powerful Jade Talisman. Otherwise, they might have been completely wiped out. Lin Feng said, although we experienced such a thing as a narrow escape, it's not like we didn't gain anything this time. Everyone looked at Lin Feng doubtfully. At this time, Lin Feng stretched out his right hand. A mass of magic power appeared in his palm. And within this mass of magic power, there was also a drop of blood sealed within it. When they saw this drop of blood, everyone's eyes twitched violently. Fairy Lin Yue said in surprise, "This isn't the blood of that Netherworld realm expert, right?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "Yes, it's that Netherworld realm expert's blood. When the Netherworld realm expert's defenses were broken, I used the 9 demons diagram to seize the blood essence that gushed out of his wound. Then, I sealed this drop of blood essence." Lin Feng said. Everyone was overjoyed. That Netherworld realm expert was so powerful. Just how terrifying was the essence of his blood? If they could refine it, their cultivation would increase greatly. Lin Feng continued, "There's no time to lose. Let's find a place to refine this drop of Netherworld realm expert's blood. I really want to see it. What's so special about the Netherworld realm expert's blood?" Everyone nodded. They quickly left to find a place to cultivate